Moin moin Leute. So Leute, ich hole mir noch kurz was zu trinken und dann geht es auch schon los. So Leute. Moin 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 moin. Leute, hello, hello, hello. Ja, der Countdown stimmt noch nicht ganz. Den machen wir 10 Minuten vorher nochmal an. So. Heute ist es soweit. Der liebe SNUTT kommt in den Stream um 18 Uhr. Und dann quatschen wir ein bisschen. Ja. Haben wir Bock. Ich habe eure Fragen alle gesammelt. Und ein paar haben sich ein bisschen gedoppelt. Ein paar wurden, also tatsächlich, manche Fragen denke ich mir auch, Leute, habt ihr jemals einen Dev-Stream geguckt, ne? Hey Predator, moin moin, moin Elias, hi, Angelo, Ragnir, moin, Novorox, Lord NMS, Carsten, Paul, Glass Berlin, Schalker, moin, Aninek, aus dem Urlaub, wa? Guckst du zu, der Bart sieht heute ungewöhnlich lang aus. Das heißt hier ungewöhnlich lang, Ragnir. Das ist nun mal, das ist halt, der wächst halt so, was soll ich da machen? Ja. Der ist halt standardlang. Das ist, wie soll ich sagen? Oh, ich so, wie Gene. Was soll ich tun? Was soll ich tun, Liebe? Feini, ne? Moin Ilnis, Otze, danke dir für Prime. Heute gibt es keine Alerts, ja, dass ihr Bescheid wisst. Habe ich ausgemacht, weil wir natürlich das Interview aufnehmen und dementsprechend gibt es halt keine Alerts. Ne? Aber ich danke dir, Otze. Herzlichen Dank. Genau, Leute, wie ist Sound? Ne? Ihr hört mich gut, nehme ich an. Die Musik ist leicht im Hintergrund zu hören, aber nichts Großes. Oder was? We over. Ja, ne? Ist alles gut. Passt. Sehr gut. Danke, Kim. Wir gönnen uns hier mal eine schöne Miomade. Ja, der ganze Sound-Abmischen ist immer so ein Ding. Ich habe hier auch zwei. Hört ihr irgendwie meine Ventilatoren? Ich hoffe nicht. Ich hoffe nicht. Meine angenehme Stille. Okay, sehr schön. Oh, das ist gut, weil dann kann ich habe ich hier so ein bisschen chillige. Also habe ich so ein bisschen hier Klima, ne? Weil. Ne? Ist da Bescheid. Ja, Leute. Wir haben ja einige Fragen über das Wetter, über die Ressourcen. Die doppeln sich halt auch immer hier noch so ein bisschen. Was ist denn jetzt hier meine. Was ist denn hier die Maus? Ach, da. Okay. Ja, deswegen, ich habe hier so ein Dyson und hier habe ich nochmal so einen kleinen Rohwender. Ne? Naja. Ich mache meinen auch mal an, wenn der PC läuft. Mach mal, Kim. Belüftung muss sein. So sieht's aus. Genau, Leute. Freunde, nochmal eine kurze Ansage. Wenn ihr Fragen für den lieben SNUTT habt, ja, dann tut das bitte mit einem Ausrufezeichen Q. Ja. Ausrufezeichen Q und dann die Frage. Dann wird das in so eine Liste hier reingepackt. Ne? Ich mache mal einen Test hier. Warum weiß Tschuki so gut über gratis Bescheid? Ne? So macht ihr das rein. Und dann... Siehst du? Die Dinger muss ich auch noch ausmachen. Gut, das ist gut, dass der Mike das da macht. So. Soundmodul. Sound Alerts off. Sehr schön. Okay. So, ne? Und dann kommt das da rein und dann wird der liebe Non-Chef oder so, wird dann einfach sagen, kam das jetzt schon eben? Das ist hier noch gar nicht drin. Okay, nee, das ist in der nächsten Szene. Aber ja, wartet mal kurz, das können wir noch mal kurz dazu packen. Wartet. Browser. So. Genau, jetzt machen wir das nochmal kurz als Test, ne? Hey Janni, hey Janni, so, ne? Und dann kann man hier draufdrücken. Wir hatten das jetzt gelöscht. So, dann kann man darauf drücken. Und dann kommt das so rein. Wisst ihr Bescheid? Und dann kann man, ja, so werden eure Fragen sozusagen erstmal gesammelt. Bitte habt Verständnis, dass nicht jede Frage da erscheinen wird, weil auch viele Fragen wurden schon zigmal beantwortet. Und wir wollen ja auch die Zeit gut nutzen, ne, Leute? So. Okay. Fragen habe ich hier ready. Das mache ich hier nochmal ein bisschen größer. Und auch nicht. Hier das größer machen. Ansicht. Zoom. 200%. Okay. Ja, Leute, an alle, die gerade reinkommen. Golgi, Mike, Elias und so weiter. Janni, Recton, Tobi, Satisfactory Paddy. Body Painting Paddy wäre Art and Crafts. Ja? Bitte hier nicht die Kategorien verwechseln. Handcraft Gaming, was sind deine persönlichen Fragen? Naja, also die meisten, die ich hatte, sind halt auch mit in diesem Fragenkatalog mit drin. Ne? Aber ja, also tatsächlich, ne? Sind wir content-technisch am Ende? Also Es wird wahrscheinlich jetzt, werden noch mal 2, 3 Tiers kommen. Wahrscheinlich nicht. Also im Endeffekt wurden schon genug Hinweise gedroppt, sodass man sich so zusammenreimen kann, was doch kommt und was nicht. Ja, deswegen steht dann immer Tester. Genau, Blask. So sieht's aus. Illness. Verbesserung Dedicated Server. Bitte formuliert ordentliche Fragen, Leute. Einfach bitte. Und am besten auf Englisch. Ja. Also irgendwie 2 Worte sind halt einfach so. Da kannst du Question. Grün, Kiwi. Ja, Leute, also stellt euch mal vor, ihr seid jetzt der im Interview und dann kommen solche Fragen rein. Blau, grün, rot, Himmel, links, PC, Flasche, leer. Ja. Bugfixing und Polishing. Ja, das denke ich auch. Das denke ich auch, Leute. Aber gut, ne? Prost. Gönnung. Lecker. Ja, Leute. Alexi Becks ja letztens den Rodecaster Pro 2 rausgebracht. Bringt er den raus oder macht das Rode? Ich also laut einer Messe, ich hab so einen Go XLR. Das ist eigentlich ganz okay dafür, aber ich habe halt auch ein 2 PC Setup, was deinen Sound einfach komplett pickt. Ne, das ist halt übel. Das ist meine erste Frage. Die Fragen auf Deutsch oder Englisch. Bestenfalls in Englisch. Wenn du sie auf Deutsch schreibst, ich kann die auch on the fly übersetzen, ist jetzt auch nicht so das Ding. Deutsch Untertitel, denke ich, wird simultan übersetzen. Nee, also, ne? Hast du ein Video rausgebracht? Ja, ich bin eigentlich zufrieden mit meinem NT1 von Rode. Und aktuell habe ich da noch was in der Pipeline, was denn eventuell auch meine ganzen Streaming-Gear-Needs dann abwickeln könnte, wenn ich Glück habe. Mal gucken. So wie Firebird das gemacht hat. Tippitoppi. Genau. Das ist geil. So kann, ne? Das ist auch gut. Firebird. Perfekt. So. Natürlich, die Fragen werden moderiert, ne? Der liebe Non-Chef ist am Start. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob Mika am Start ist. Aber, ne? Das Mod-Team, bitte haltet's zivil, ne? Ich habe halt auch in der Mitte den Chat. Beim letzten Mal hatten wir in der Mitte hier den Chat irgendwie. Habe ich ausgemacht, weil wir das über diese Fragen machen, ne? Ja, nee, Reckon, ich habe das auch. Ich weiß nicht, ob du mein Let's Play verfolgst, aber manchmal hören halt einfach diese ganzen Dinge auf. What about the pipes and the fluid bug? Ich glaube, ich weiß auch nicht, wie oft sie das schon beantwortet haben, ne? Naja. Kann man, ja klar, ich lade das auf YouTube hoch. Ne? Da kannst du es dir gerne gönnen. Ich werde keine Untertitel machen. Das heißt, du musst schon des Englischen mächtig sein, ne? Damit du dann das hinkriegst. Im Endeffekt, oder du wirfst es in so einen Übersetzer rein. Manchmal macht YouTube auch die Übersetzungen. Aber das ist einfach zu viel Arbeit. Also, wenn einer von euch das aus der Community übersetzen möchte, also die Untertitel für das Interview schreiben möchte, be my guest so, ne? Kommt auf mich zu. Ist aber, ich sag's euch, ist eine Schweinearbeit. Ne? Also wirklich. Von daher. Unreal 5 Upgrade wurde auch schon gefragt. Letzter Devstream, Unreal 5 sind einige Features. Ich kann die Hälfte der Fragen jetzt schon beantworten. Das ist also Unreal 5, da sind einige Features, auf die sie sich freuen. Es ist aber halt auch übelst viel Aufwand. Wir müssten halt viel umändern. Es ist noch auf dem Tisch, aber recht unwahrscheinlich. Der Gray fragt, hast du ein Video zu einer Roomtour? Also mein Room ist so unspektakulär. Da habe ich kein Video zu, du. Du wirst ja bestimmt eine deutsche Zusammenfassung der echt relevanten News bringen die Tage. Werde ich das? Ist doch schön, dass jetzt mein Content wird hier schon. Ist ja schön. Handcraft Gaming, tatsächlich habe ich die nächste Zeit kaum Zeit. Ihr müsst ja denken, ich bin aber noch Vollzeit berufstätig. Ne? Aber wenn jetzt hier, also ich glaube auch nicht, dass er jetzt hier irgendwelche Banger erzählen wird. Ne? Aber im Endeffekt, ja, vielleicht können wir das irgendwie zusammenschneiden. I don't know. Aber Handcraft Gaming, gönn dir einfach. Gönn dir dann einfach das Video. Na, und dann ist gut. Moin Green Zero, gibt keine Sounds heute. Einfach um halt auch das Interview, damit nicht irgendeiner immer da reinschreit oder der Paddy seine Flöte da macht oder irgendwelche Bagpipes oder was. Deswegen alle Sounds aus, alle Alerts aus, ne? Und wenn der liebe SNUTT dann reinkommt, dann so ist das hier alles. Bin da. Okay. Aber ich hab Bock. Ich freue mich. Ich bin enttäuscht. Paddy, ey. Ich habe hier schon Pferde kotzen sehen. Glaub mal. Außerdem geht es nicht nur um dich. Ne? Gibt halt, also statistisch einfach. Gibt immer einen, der komplett hängen geblieben ist und sich dann denkt, so jetzt erstmal 12 Sekunden Bagpipes. Dann geht das da los. Nee, danke. Gar keinen Bock, will ich gar nicht, ne? Ermöglicht. Hey, Ricardo Max, moin. Axel, hi. Oh, moin. No English is not the yellow from the egg. Ja, die Sprüche habe ich auch gehört. Diese Dinger und auch English for Runaways. Und dann wurde ich 18 Jahre. Und dann habe ich sie nicht mehr gehört. Leute. Mann. Ja, aber tatsächlich. Wir haben ja so ein bisschen Kategorien gemacht, ne? Wetter, Ressourcen, Buildings haben wir, World, Server und Roadmap. Insgesamt haben wir aktuell 37 Fragen und daher wird es noch ein bisschen Q&A geben. SNUTT hat die Fragen übrigens im Vorfeld auch bekommen. Ja? Ich weiß jetzt nicht, was er daraus macht, aber ne, kann halt sein, dass er da drauf eingeht oder halt auch nicht. Die werden nie alt. Okay. Das ist nur Snapbot. Moin Rico. Sounds sind aus, Leute. Ne? Das ist ein Interview, kein normaler Stream. Nach dem Interview, da wechseln wir dann wieder in eine Runde Satis rein. Moin Hudson. Und dann, ja, Wochenende habe ich auch wieder so viel, es ist immer so viel vor, so viel zu tun. Kennt jemand einen guten Dokumentenscanner? Ich will hier mal meine gesamte Ablage digitalisieren, aber die Dokumentenscanner kosten irgendwie 4.000 Euro, Alter. Also 400 irgendwas, das ist echt insane viel. Mann. Wechseri. Reicht da kein einfacher Scanner für. Also, Predator, du meinst diese Dinger, wo die du aufklappst, ein Papier runterlegst zu, dann drückst du den Button, dann macht er und dann kriegt er das raus. Dann nimmst du das nächste, nimmst erstmal machst den Scanner hoch, nimmst das Blatt raus, legst das nächste Blatt rein und dann bist du auch schon Ende 2132 fertig mit deiner Ablage oder was. Also die gehen, aber habe ich Zeit oder was? Das ist ein Wahnsinn. Ich brauche halt so einen Scanner, der einfach einzieht und dann scannt, ne? Dass ich da oben so 60 Dokumente reinwerfen kann und macht da und dann ist das Ding gescannt, weißt du, so ein Ding. Gleichmut, danke dir für den Follow, hi. Okay, MFP gemacht, okay. Ja, die Dinger, ja, Xerox, nee, da war ja mal was, ja, nee, rechtzeitig geschafft. Ja, Xeri, da bist du da. Also ich habe alles mit meinem damals, okay, kenne ich nicht. Hey, Satis, Drolfi, moin. Schick rüber, ich jag die durch auf der Arbeit. Boah, lass mal. Ja, danke, es war nett, aber lass mal. So. Ich würde die ungern fremdscannen, weißt du? Also ich brauche die ja dann schon, also der Hintergrund ist, der Scanner soll das Ding an so eine Redis-Schnittstelle schicken, so WebDAV, ja, und dann wird das halt gleich mit OCR auf meinem NAS gespeichert und dann repliziert. Also, ne, dass ich das halt alles in meiner Cloud habe und dass ich Volltextsuche machen kann und all so ein Kram. Hey Private Paula, moin. Ich habe einen Scanner zum Verkauf auf eBay. Okay. Ist das so ein Doppelseiten-Einziehscanner, oder? Okay, dann kommt eigentlich Update 7 raus. Ja, Yoshi Dragon, wie ist denn das? Wann wird denn der Piper gefixt? Was macht denn ein Sommersloop? Wann ist denn die Story da? Ja? Das ist so witzig, ich mache jetzt schon das 3. Mal dieses Interview und manche Fragen immer wieder, die kriegst du nicht tot, ne? Nach 2 Jahren fragen die Leute immer noch das Gleiche. Ja, also mein Take ist so ein bisschen, ich glaube Update 7 noch und dann sind sie bei 1.0. Er hat ja schon im letzten Dev-Stream gesagt, dass die so bei, weiß nicht, 80-90% fertig sind mit dem Game. Da kommt nicht mehr viel. Da kommt mal Quality of Life, wird jetzt mit Update 6 nochmal ein bisschen weiter ausgerollt. Und dann, also ich meine, ich lasse mich gerne überraschen, ne? Aber content-technisch, nachdem das Space Elevator Phase 4 hoch ist, da wird vielleicht auch irgendein Event passieren oder was und dann... Ich nutze Maxify MB54 Skin in einem Zug. Ja, so ein Ding. Maxify MB5450. Da schreiben wir uns mal auf. Ja, Dienstag kommt sicherlich also raus. Es gibt schon die Frage nach den neuen Skins aus U5 auch bei den fehlenden Foundations. Bei manchen waren ja nicht vorhanden. Die neuen Skins. Ach so. Nö. Keine Ahnung. Kannst du, weiß ich nicht. Warte mal. Foundations. Es gab Fragen für die Foundations. Es ist halt auch so geil. Manche Fragen sind keine Fragen, sondern einfach Feature-Requests. Das ist halt auch so witzig. Wenn man sich das mal so überlegt, ne? Also wenn man mal ganz genau ist und sich die Fragen mal durchliest, dann ist dieses immer ein Beispiel. Eine Frage wäre zum Beispiel, keine Ahnung, das zum Beispiel mit den Foundations, ne? Das wäre ja so ein Bug oder so, ne? Mit den Skins. Aber es gibt so Fragen, wird es ein Space Battle mit Raumschiffen geben? Das ist, nee, natürlich nicht, logisch, ne? Das ist so dann so, das ist nicht die Frage. Die Frage ist, ich hätte gern ein Space Battle mit Raumschiff, bitte baut's ein. Ne? Alles klar, Tibul. Ich denke, die Frageliste für die geplante Zeit heute ist voll. Wir hatten das gesagt, Mike. Demo, danke dir für Prime, habe ich gar nicht gesehen. Danke dir, mein Lieber. Danke für dritter Monat. Dankeschön. Nein, aber ihr wisst, was ich meine. Es ist so viel, ist immer so in Frageform gemacht, aber naja. So, dann schauen wir uns mal ganz kurz hier rein, ob der liebe SNUTT hier von Collaboration. Okay, ich schreibe ihn mal. Hey Mensch. Ja, jetzt waren sowieso. Alright. Hat auch einer einen Freeze. Achso, ja, das kommt von meinen Dings hier. So, jetzt solltet ihr keinen Freeze mehr haben. Das ist das Ding bei Discord. Wenn du den Dings hier verlässt, dann den Fokus verlässt, dann ist das auch weg. Hey, neu hier, moin moin. Ich hätte gern Freeze in meiner Bude. Ne? Ja, gibt natürlich dann immer die wildesten Fotos. So, dann mache ich nochmal hier die Aufnahme an. Ach so, oh, jetzt muss ich kurz warten. Geht gleich weiter. So, okay. So, jetzt haben wir es wieder. So, das ist alles da. Okay, kurze Anmoderation für YouTube. Moin moin Leute, ich bin der Tschuki. Heute machen wir ein Interview mit dem lieben SNUTT. Der ist gleich da. Interview ist auf Englisch. Wird keine Übersetzung geben. Also bitte, wenn ihr Fragen habt, in die Kommentare. Abo und Like. So. Ja, so Leute. Seguso, moin. Seguso, danke dir für 15 Monate. Dankeschön. Ja, das Ding ist, ich kann euch ja sagen, woran das gerade lag. Ich drücke hier auf Aufnahme und dann fängt natürlich mein Streaming-Rechner an aufzunehmen. Logischerweise. Das Ding ist, wenn die Festplatte, auf der die aufnimmt, in Sleep-Modus gegangen ist, muss die erstmal hochspinnen und dann geht's erst dann los. Also. So. Ich werde kurz wieder die Kamera freezen. Ich will nur kurz gucken, ob er dann so langsam reinkommt oder ob ich ihn irgendwo sehe. Nee, noch nicht. Ja, ich weiß, Chem ist Freeze. So. Das sind ja auch die geilsten Momente hier. Hey, Maboba, moin. Tschuki drunk. Oh, dann geht's gleich los, was? 2 Minuten? Und dann, wir haben so 36, 37 Fragen und wir machen das ganz chillig, ne? Wir machen das ganz chillig, kein Stress. Wenn Snut gleich reinkommt, kurzes Feedback, ob man ihn gut hört, ja? Ganz kurz rein, dass wir das haben. Ja, auch mal Snut, er selber heißt ja Snut. Wir nennen ihn Snut, nicht Snut. Snut. Snut ist der Name. Ja, ich bin da auch immer, ich vergesse es auch immer. So, ich check nochmal kurz, ob er jetzt im Links ist, im Discord. Noch nicht. Oder vielleicht noch? Schubidubi? Okay. Mute. Hashtag Mute? Nee. Soll ich deinen Link über Discord schicken? Soll ich den Link über Discord schicken? Ich bin nicht Tschuki, es war von weg, Tobi. Ja, kannst du mal machen. Ich guck's mir mal an. Aber nicht jetzt, am besten nach dem Stream, ja? Oder schick's dem Non-Chef. Weil ich kann jetzt hier nicht auf dem Discord hier die Blück und so Dinger haben. Ich würde mich jetzt hier gerne auf das Ding hier konzentrieren, weißt du? Aber regeln wir. Ich danke dir erstmal herzlich. Dankeschön. Chili Milli. Okay. Uhr. So, na schauen wir mal. Die. Okay. Ja, ich weiß, die Kamera ist gerade. Die Kamera ist immer freeze. Okay. Werde ich mal schreiben. Brauchen wir aber noch einen Moment. Okay. So. Hello, hello. Hello. All right. Okay. Wait a second. I have to switch scenes.
Do it.
Okay, now it's reversed. Anyway, hello, Snoot. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me.
As always, a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time and answering the questions from the German community. So glad that you're here.
Yeah, so happy to be here. So happy to answer questions from the German community. I'm sure you have some solid ones.
Yeah, we sure have. And yeah, so first of all, how's it going? Are you all right? Everything's fine at your end?
Yeah, I'm good. It's kind of hot in Sweden right now, so but I welcome the pain. I like it. I like the heat.
Yeah, Germany too. It's like 28 degrees right now. I got 2 air ventilators here to, you know, cool down the room with 3 PCs and computers. It's kind of hot in my office here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it is what it is. But it's like in Sweden we only have like 2 weeks of heat, so like there's nothing to complain about really for us.
Okay, let me just check some. There's some echo on the audio channel, but it's my end. Yeah, just wait a second.
It's supposed to be like that, chat. I'm very echoey today. I'm speaking for 2 people because Jace isn't here today.
Okay. All right, this one, and then I see. I got an idea. Echo.
Just love handling this stuff on stream. Yeah. It's so much fun.
I got, you know, a streaming PC and a gaming PC and Discord, and everything is a mess, right? It's
yeah.
Okay, Chat, ist jetzt besser?
Sounds like an angel? Oh shit. Actually, one fun fact, but I don't know if you saw, we had like a dev stream right before we launched Update 6. We usually do like yeah. And that stream almost didn't happen because for some reason, I just couldn't get any signal from any cameras out. It turned out to be a cable that was faulty, but it took us like 2 days to troubleshoot it, or like not 2 days, but a whole day just went into like troubleshooting it. And like half an hour before the stream, I actually managed to figure it out.
All right. Okay, a whole day troubleshooting. That sounds...
Yeah, I was furious.
I can imagine. All right. Okay, Chat is saying, ich hab ihn mal ein bisschen leiser gemacht, sollte eigentlich gehen. Jetzt ein bisschen mit dem Chat besser, ne? Okay, Chat is saying everything's good now. Okay, so let's start.
Nice.
Okay. So we have like 40 questions or something, and I propose we just, go through the questions, and after that we have maybe a little bit of time for Q&A. And we put it in different categories. So we Germans, we like to organize. So the first category would be weather. So let's start with the weather system. The first question would be if is more weather planned. We have rain right now, but like thunderstorms, sandstorms, or anything like it.
No, nothing like it. Rain wasn't planned either originally. We have this thing at Coffee Stain where like everyone gets to spend a day every other week where they can just like do whatever they want. And that was sort of someone's, I think it's Ben's baby, our technical artist. He kind of just made rain on his own, like on his free time, kind of like on his creative time day. So it wasn't planned at all originally. It just kind of came to be. And then when he made it, it was like, cool, let's put it in the game. There's a lot of features that actually originated from people like spending their own like unplanned time doing stuff for the game. So rain was one of those things.
I mean, rain is very neat. I guess it really caters to the atmosphere in some regions. It's a good feature. And
it's super nice when it happens.
And okay, the next question would be, the rain is still very experimental. With blue sky and rain, no rainbows shows up. Does the CO2 emission have an effect on the weather system? I mean...
not right now, no. It's always something that we wanted to do for a long time. We always wanted it so that like your factories would affect like the atmosphere and like the environment and stuff like that. That's something that we've always wanted to do. But it's always something that gets pushed aside because like there are more things that like would add more to the game than that. So it's like something cool that we want to do, but it just like planning always gets ahead of us. So
I mean, like you said, this feature was I guess on a Friday every 2 weeks. You have this, like you mentioned earlier, this creative time or something in Coffee Stain, right? Okay. There's also the question, is there a command to make it rain for like a console command or something? Or is it, how does it work? Is it just randomized or?
It's, no, it's like, it's tied into the atmosphere system because it should rain when like there's an overcast. So it just doesn't rain when it's clear and stuff like that. And the volumetric system, the clouds that are generated, they're based on one system, and then the rain is like attached to that. There's no like command that we've given players that you can use, but I'm sure modders will figure out a way to do it. So,
all right. Because also in context, is there any possibility to turn off the rain?
Not at the moment, but we have plans for it, or like since we like teased about rain, a lot of people always ask like, can we turn it off? Because like maybe it affects performance, maybe because it is a little bit taxing, and maybe people just think it's annoying. So we've always like had it at the back of our minds, like, we'll probably add like a feature so you can turn it off or something like that, like a little graphics setting. But we also apparently, and I was notified about this like the day we launched it, apparently there's also some ideas like maybe there's also some research that like you can sort of control rain in the game. That might be a mechanic. So we'll see what we do with that. Maybe it'll just be like a setting in the menu be like turn off rain, or maybe it'll be like a mechanic in the game where you can like capture rain. I don't know what we've planned, but
all right. Okay, that sounds interesting. I mean, yeah, for older PCs, the rain could be quite taxing on the performance. I agree.
Yeah.
So also, I mean, it ties into all the weather system. Will there be snowfall and the roofs will become white and stuff like this? But since you answered already that this was, derived on a, let's say, Creative Friday, I guess there are no plans for that, right?
Yeah, snow is a little bit more difficult to do than rain, and we've also pretty much always said we're not going to do like any snow biome or anything like that. So it's not in the plans.
All right. Okay. That was the weather category. Moving on, it's about resources, and there are just two questions in there. But I'd like to sum it up. The one is, one question is for Sam, but I guess this ties into the storyline, also with the immersive spheres and summer sloops, which will be coming in 1.0. But let's rephrase this to how far along is 1.0? Are we near 1.0 right now, or not really? Is a lot work left until we hit?
I mean, considering that we worked in this game for 6 or 7 years now, I think 1.0 is a lot closer than it's ever been.
Sure.
We've sort of taken that paradigm shift in development where we're actually focusing on reaching 1.0 and finishing the game, so to speak. And that's why Update 6 is a little bit of odd update for us, because it's not really like a full-on fledged packaged update. It's more of like an add-on to the existing game. So like the 1.0 is at the horizon, but it's so hard to say like if it's gonna be like another year or 2 years. Like it's so hard to say when, specifically for our development, because we're very agile and we're very like we're doing things and finishing things as they come along. So I think at one point we're just going to say like, okay, now the game is finished, and then just kind of wrap it up. But there's still a bunch of stuff that we want to do that we think like when we think of Satisfactory 1.0, there's a bunch of the stuff that we like, this needs to be in the game. And I'm not talking like bug fixes. I'm talking like features or state of things. So there's things more coming, and the story, of course, which is going to be like it's not gonna like be any revolutionary storytelling like that. It's gonna be like an addition to the game. So if you don't want to play the story, you don't have to. You can still play the game just as you have up to this point. But yeah, it's hard to say. Like I think we're closing in on it, but it's still, development takes a long time. So it's probably some ways away still.
All right. Okay, that's very diplomatic. And just you mentioned update 6 is kind of an odd update for you guys as well, and for us, or for my community at least, there are like two kind of people, or two kinds of reactions to this update, right? The one saying, all right, it's great exploration, it needed an overhaul, right? And the radar towers and everything is fine. And others are like missing some content, and by content I mean like additional tiers, some things to do with more factory stuff, right? New production chains, maybe new buildings, some new items, and stuff like this. I understand that there is a time in a game development process that you need to focus on bugs, you need to focus on everything under the hood to make it run smoothly and so on. But in terms of update 6, it was received with mixed feelings, to be honest, right? And so were you aware that this could happen or would happen?
Yeah, for sure. That was sort of the idea of how we made it too, because that's why we didn't make a trailer for it and didn't package it the way we did, and like we didn't delay it either, because I think we would have, if this was like a proper release, we would have also delayed it until after vacation, because it wasn't finished when we released it either. Like the creature AI isn't in a state that we like wanted it to be for this update specifically. But like at the end of the day, most decisions we're making right now are based on the fact that we want to reach like the final product of Satisfactory, and we want to finish it. And we're just gonna have to deal with the fact that we probably will make more incremental updates from now on, and add like smaller like updates to the game and patch it as we go, rather than just like do a huge dump. But there probably will be like once we reach 1.0, like that update will probably be a more significant one that we've seen in the past.
Okay, kind of the release 1.0. Of course, there you will maybe have a surprise feature or something like this, like an update 5 and so on. And I guess the people were kind of, used to it, like update 3, 4, and 5, and they were expecting, again, great things for update 6. Don't get me wrong, update 6 is very good, but you know how people are, right? And you cannot make everybody happy. So,
that's why we try to communicate that like this is a different update. This is more like it's more akin to maybe update 1 and 2, because those were also much smaller updates, and they didn't have like a big bang around them. They were just like, we added trains in update 2, and we added like conveyor lifts in update 1, and those were mainly the additions we made to the game at that point. But it is something that we've always like discussed a lot internally. In between, since update 3, we always had like this chip on our shoulder that like next update has to be just as big, because expectations are that it's going to be that big, and we just have to like deal with the fact that like we can't we have to like we won't be able to keep working on the game if we have that like expectations all the time. Like we have to sort of deal with that. We need to do these kind of updates too.
Thank you for your transparency on this topic, because I guess it's not easy. You have the pressure, right, to deliver more and more and better updates, bigger updates. But at some point, you have to make the cut. You have to focus on getting the game ready, finished, final product. So I totally understand. Thank you for the honest answer. Moving on with the next question, and I guess this is one of the, let's say, evergreens. Regarding the Mark III miners and the output, is a decision reached or still open?
No, we still haven't. Like, we're still working on update 6, which is still exploration based. There's still a like I said before, shit takes time. So we haven't gotten to that point yet where we've made a decision on what we do with the miners. If there will be faster belts or anything like that, we don't know yet.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's always those two choices, faster belts or a second output or something. But I guess when I think about it, I guess a second output would also affect the balancing of the game a little bit too much. You have more resources, and so everything is affected. But I guess okay.
I can also say that we have like ideas of redoing a general rebalance of the game at some point. So it's also possible that like we can't like look at that general rebalance until we've looked at this problem. So because there might be the case where when we look at the entire balance of the game, or more so the end game, I think, because I think we're pretty happy with like the start of the game. I think it's more like the mid and late game that we want to sort of look into. Like sort of when you get refineries, that's sort of when we're not 100% happy with how the game is balanced at this time. There's also the pipes, the numbers on pipes was also always when we launched the Mark II pipes, we kind of knew that like the game couldn't fully support it, and we just kind of launched it and see what happens. So we probably need to rebalance the pipes as well to not have like 600 to be the max. Maybe it'll be 500, and then we'll shift all the numbers so you don't really won't really necessarily see a change in like how your setup is. It's just more sort of like the different numbers on the pipes.
Okay.
And that rebalance will happen sometime before 1.0, I think, because I think that's a really strong thing to like do in early access, so people can try it out and give feedback on that stuff. And then like that might be the last thing we do before we push it to 1.0 and add all like the new stuff that we want to do.
Oh, okay. So the 600 pipe bug, let's say, is more like an engine problem, right? The engine cannot handle more, or
it's actually it's more deeply rooted than that. It's more of it's a precision issue with the arithmetic numbers that we're using. So it's like if you have like a fast computer that's running, I think, at least 120 frames per second, like then, because it's kind of tied into the frame rate a little bit right now, which is also something we don't want. But if you have like if your computer's running on lower specs, and then you'll see some variations in precision for the calculations for the pipes. And we knew when we were pushing it, when we set that limit to be 600, we kind of knew that like maybe this won't work out. And as we found out, it's like I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's like it goes up and down in between So if you have a setup that's set up perfectly for 600, then you'll notice that like it will sort of fluctuate a little bit from like just below it and then above it a little bit and then below, and that's because it's like trying to fix it when you're running into lower frame rates, and that's something that we probably want to solve before.
Is it? Can I compare it to Factorio and this FPS and SPS counter, actions per minute? Factorio has those, you know, it's on Factorio it's really tight into the frame rate, and when the frame rate drops, the whole factory slows down, right? And then
right.
Yeah. Okay.
To a certain degree, yes, I think so, because it's something like not everything is tied to the frame rate, but it can definitely, you can see like effects of it, so to speak. And when you have, for the pipes, they're like the mathematics behind the pipes, when you set up a perfect like factory, then the precision that you need the numbers to be in is much more like severe at that point than for everything else. So like you can see it technically for conveyor belts as well in our game, but I think not as much as with the pipes. You can see it at certain, like if you have like splitters where some of the ratios maybe get off if you have lower frame rates and stuff like that, but it shouldn't affect it too much. But for the pipes it does because of that precision issue.
Okay. All right, then, okay, somebody in the chat is asking, will the 500 fluid per minute cap happen before update 6 hits EA?
No.
No. Okay, Trollden,
it will be later down the line.
But because it's like 500 fluid per minute cap, is this 500 fluid per minute cap, is it fixed? Did you talk about it beforehand? So is 500 the new 600?
It might be. That number, by the way, is just me guessing, because I know we were going to reduce it, but it makes sense to me if we change it. So like instead of it saying 600, it says 500. Instead of it saying 300, it says 250. Yeah. So like all the numbers in the game that are affected by pipes will be reduced by like that amount.
Okay.
So like it will just be a different number. It won't actually change too much as how like the setup is right now with the ratios and stuff like that.
That would be great, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But that's just my guess. I don't know if what we're actually going to do. Maybe we'll solve it and actually like 600 will work. I don't know. Like, okay. But that's the feeling we have right now, is that the better solution is to rebalance the pipes.
Oh, okay. But still in the possible that it may maybe work or can work.
Yeah.
The 600. All right. Okay, moving on to the next category called buildings. Are there any signals or traffic lights planned for tractors or trucks?
I don't know, actually. Trucks is still like kind of work in progress a little bit. We've done a huge revamp of the vehicles since update 5, and I think we're still looking into solving a couple of things. But I think we kind of want, like, the idea isn't that like the goal with the vehicles and like how we want them to be set up is that we don't want it to replace trains always, but like but trains is supposed to be a better option in certain cases. So we don't want to, like, if people prefer using just vehicles or trucks, and they can just use trucks. If they want to use trains, they can use trains, but they have definite, like, benefits compared to each other. And I don't think we want to like completely have a signaling system for trucks as we have with trains, because we kind of want players to solve different problems with the different like aspects of it. Like so with vehicles you solve a different problem that you do with trains. So I don't think so, but I also don't know what we have in store for vehicles, because I just know that we're not like 100% happy, and maybe we'll never be 100% happy just because they are quite complex, just how they are in our game. So it's a really difficult problem to solve in many cases for trucks and stuff like that. But it's not impossible.
Not impossible, all right. But you mentioned one interesting point, this challenge aspect. And I guess maybe this challenge aspect also is playing a role in the splitters and mergers, why you cannot put in numbers to split exact ratios like you want to, because this is always asked as a question. I have it here already. If you can do it, it doesn't pose a challenge anymore to balance and to get the right inputs, get the right ratios, right?
Yeah. It's possible that like we because I don't think we necessarily think it's a bad thing to have in the game. We definitely have been in situations internally where like, oh, it'd be nice if we could just set the splitter, just divide by X number, and like it will be much easier for us to set up certain setups. I don't think we're necessarily super against that idea, but like you said, Satisfactory is mostly about ratios. So like we would be throwing away a huge like problem solving part of the game, but it might be the case where like late game, you know, it might be a thing you can get at some point. I don't know. Well, that's a thing for our game director Mark to like think about. It's like one of those things where he's constantly going back and forth, like if it's a good idea or not. It's really hard to like nail it down sometimes whether or not it would actually be beneficial for the entire game, or if it's just like a thing that you think you want, but it actually removes the fun out of the game.
Yeah.
And it might be a problem that we might want to solve in a different way that like makes the game still interesting to play without just giving you the answer, so to speak.
All right. Regarding the splitters, right now the programmable splitters are posing quite a little challenge in game. The interface system, or you know, with the vanishing filters and so on and so. But I guess this is on your bugs to fix list. And yeah.
It's also on our list because right now the smart splitter and the programmable splitter, like there's barely any difference between them. That's also something we sort of want to figure out as well, so that like making the programmable splitter like much more like beneficial in some way. I don't know what solution we have there either, but that's also something that we're aware of. And there's a couple of bugs that I think we fixed for update 6 because there was an issue where like the smart splitter was like the only building where when you have the menu open and you change it, it will affect it, like it would be affected immediately, whereas everything else you have to close the menu for the change to take effect. And that causes like a bunch of issues because it's happening while you're fiddling around the menu.
Okay.
We may have solved that in update 6. I can't remember if that was actually solved or not. But that's something that we also need to fix as well. That causes a bunch of issues. And there's also issues where like sometimes some outputs don't output items, like depending if you like which side of the splitter you're hooking it up to. Like weird bugs like that is also something that we'll probably look into hopefully soon.
Hopefully soon. All right.
Yeah.
There's also the question about a ghost building mode. I don't know if you know, in NO 1800 you can place buildings as a blueprint, something like this, and then you can you know something like
similar in Subnautica. You can also sort of like place your buildings before you have the materials, and then you can come back.
Yeah, something like this.
Yeah, that's something that we actually experimented a little bit before we launched the game. And I think the main problem that we found was that in like Subnautica or in Anno and games like that, there's a state when you've put down buildings where the building is constructed and like, materials are going into it. Whereas with our game, it's like you build the building the moment you put it down. And that was the awkward part for our game, we felt, when we had that ghost mode, because that like middle step doesn't exist in our game, and it made it feel kind of awkward. But it's not impossible that like we'll add something like that if enough people request it on our QA site. But that's something that we did try and felt just like it doesn't quite work in our game.
Yeah, I guess what people are trying to do is maybe plan out whole factory floors, right? And then you can change a bit around, and then you can say, okay, build it all, and mark everything, and then everything is built. But as you said, there's this middle step that is missing in Satisfactory, because you click and the building is there, right? So I'm okay. So you're looking into it.
It's another good example of like maybe so the core problem is that people want to get like a better overview of what they're building, and it's possible that there's another solution to that problem that maybe isn't this specifically. So that's always something that we think about, like when people are requesting stuff like that, like what is the actual problem that they have, and is it actually the best solution to that problem?
Like you did with looping, right? I guess
kinda, yeah.
Like the smart mod was way over the top, but you settled on a middle ground. Okay, what was the problem? Repeating tasks, right? Foundations and something, and you figured out zooping, and it does a job. It's great.
Yeah, and there's still probably a bunch of stuff where smart mod is still like preferred, and that might still be because there's a bunch of like UX things where when you're configuring recipes and stuff like that, maybe it's still too complex. We've added now so you can like copy and paste recipes and stuff like that. And now we also had it so you don't have to like open the menu and stuff like that. It might still like it might be better that way, and then we realize, okay, but hitting control and C at the same time is still a little bit frustrating. So maybe there's a better way to do that as well. So it's like these kind of like things, like there's probably a bunch of small things that can add up into solving that one thing, so to speak. It's sometimes you just think like there's one solution that solves many problems, but sometimes it's the other way around, where like many small solutions solves one thing. So just had to keep working on it.
And as you mentioned, the copy and pasting of recipes, the number one feature for this in that update for me, and I guess for some people as well. And this is something you didn't mention before, so it was quite a surprise that you don't have to go into the menu to copy and paste the recipes, which is it's huge. If you have really big factories, it was always a pain to copy the recipes, and now it's really easy. It's great. It's everybody loved it. So. Okay, the next questions are kind of, let's say, a little bit more of a design category regarding pipes and floor holes. Are there any plans to equalize the height difference? Meaning then, if you, I guess, have a floor hole with a pipe and it just goes up and then a little bit down, if you have it on height 1, right? It's just a little, I guess this is something that,
there is a way to work around that. I can't remember what the solution is, but some of the savvy creators have figured out a way to do it. I can't remember how to do it though, but I think there's a way to get around it. But yeah, that's something that we're aware of. I don't know if we have a good solution to that right now, due to how. But yeah, it's something that we're aware of.
Okay. The next question is interesting. Regarding the space lift, will the space lift get more attention in the future through orders that you can do for tickets, for example, so you do not just credit everything? So the space lift, not just for putting up the items, but having some kind of order system, tasks, something like this.
I don't know, because the space elevator is mostly, space elevator is for product assembly, which is the main goal of the game.
Yeah.
And the awesome sink is for research. That's actually shredding stuff. But the parts that you send up on the space elevator, they're used for something. But I think the space elevator is mostly tied to story stuff. So I don't know exactly what we're planning for that.
Okay.
But maybe.
I guess the space lift or elevator is tied deeply into the storyline and will all be revealed in 1.0. So yeah, we stay tuned for that. Next question: will there be more pipe shapes? For example, T's, corners, double X, restricted T crossings. More variety would be good for the optics and possibly Mark III and Mark IV pipes, but I guess those are off the table. But regarding maybe T crossings and
aesthetics. Always possible. That's one of those things. So it's great if people vote on the QA site and let us know what people want to see. Same thing for any aesthetics. I know that there's a couple of more things that people want to see in the future. When we added a bunch of cosmetic build options in update 5, but I think we can always add more. Like there can always be more. But it's like. There might be a couple of more, I don't know, but it depends on what people request on our QA side and sort of what we have time to make.
For sure, yeah, time is always a component. So guys, please vote it up on the Q&A side, even bugs and everything. What do you want to have? Other foundation shapes planned, for example, round foundations. I guess the same.
Yeah, kind of the same thing. I don't know what we have planned right now. And I know that people want like round foundation shapes, and I think the main problem why we haven't done it yet is because collision would need to be reworked, like the whole collision system with the buildables, because they're all based on squares. Like all the collision is based on squares. But now we have like more complex clearance, and maybe we can use that for the holograms as well and like that stuff. So we'll see in the future if we can do it. But I know it's very requested, and it would be cool, I think, to have it, because there's a lot of a lot of people are building spherical buildings, and you get that like sea fighting thing, and that's something we can never solve. So it would be better to be able to build those shapes with actual buildables.
Okay.
So but it is unfortunately a much bigger task undertaking for us than you would believe, so to speak.
All right, because the next questions are kind of all centered around the design, corner ramps, and I guess elements to cover up the double ramps and so on. So, but I guess we can say that if there is anything missing from a design perspective in the game, please put it in the Q&A side and vote it up if you want it to have. And then if there is time on the developers end, they might add it on.
Hopefully.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and the next is, I guess this is something that's already discussed. The pipe poles. How do you say pipeline poles? The color of this is not changing together with the pipeline. You know what I mean? Those.
Yeah. The like support.
The supports, right?
Yeah.
And there's also another one that's not really colored with. But are you implementing this, or any reason you don't?
I think the main reason why you can't do it right now is probably just because we forgot to add it for that specific buildable, and there's a ton of like small things that we can fix, and it's just like it all boils down to when we get around to it, essentially. So I don't think that's necessarily something that it's a hard no on. That's probably something that's going to happen. We just got to get around to it, I think.
Okay, yeah. Okay. It's in the backlog, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Regarding nuclear reactors, they are shining through the foundations. The question is, it looks mega cool, but I was wondering if it's a display bug.
Probably. I don't think I've seen that, but it sounds like it.
Yeah, apparently those nuclear reactors are shining through the foundations, but yeah. Okay, that's a display bug.
Okay,
so
interesting. Yeah.
Please put it in the Q&A slide.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Sounds cool though.
And then it looks good. But the next question is also one that I encountered in the last couple of days. The idle machines for around 3 to 4 seconds, and they have all the inputs, they have power, and then they just stop for 3 seconds, and it says idle, and then they start again. The whole machine complex, right? So I don't know if it has something to do with the hover pack or something, but have you encountered something like that?
Yeah, if you blow the fuse, if you're like just close to where the fuse is and you use the hover pack around machines, you can get it so that they like lose power for a quickie and then come back on again, I think. I think that bug has been since we introduced hover packs. Unless this is another one that we haven't seen that happens.
It's another one, I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah, because it's the power system is running all the time. There's no blown fuse, but something I just revisit a factory which is running, and then I when I approach, everything stops. Everything is green. The lights are green. But if you and when you are in the, let's say, factory menu, it just says idle, and then 3 seconds later, I don't do anything. It starts again. It's a kind of crazy bug. But yeah.
Is this in single player or in multiplayer?
Single player.
Okay. Tell you what, send me if you have a save file where you can like actively reproduce this issue.
Okay.
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
All right.
Because, this is in general like all these like strange cases that happens. Like the core thing for us when people report this stuff is that we need to be able to reproduce the issue for us to be able to fix it. And there's like the two main problems is one, it's hard to like convey what the problem is sometimes, and for us to like understand what the actual issue is. So it's like it's really good when people post on the QA site and give us feedback on issues like this, where you're running into edge cases where if you place down a factory by itself, you don't run into this issue, but when you have like a huge save file with like hundreds of hours on it, then maybe something else is affecting it. That we really need like that save file or some way to be able to reproduce it. and like the easier it is for us to understand what the issue is and be able to reproduce it, the faster we can fix issues. So like when people have save files where they 100% get the issue and their computer reproduces, those are the actual best cases, because then we can just load up the save file and look at it and be like, oh, that's the problem.
Okay. So guys, please send the save files if you can reproduce it. It's all about reproducing the bug, and the faster you can do it, the better.
Yeah,
all
it's
right.
great when people like add it on QA tickets and stuff on the QA side. If they have a save file where you can actually load it up, it's great when people add that as part of the ticket.
Actually, now that you mentioned the Q&A side, yesterday I was, looking through the Q&A side, and there was one, not a bug, but regarding the Q&A side. I don't know if you read it, but okay, these are the bugs, these are the features that we want. Do you have anyone working actively on maintaining the Q&A side right now?
Not at the moment, which is a bit unfortunate, but it's a bit twofold, because for us, we're getting everything we need from the QA side. So it's like, it's like, who is the QA side for? Is it for us or for you guys?
Yeah, sure.
So, but I definitely think that like if I would prefer having someone to actively work on the QA side all the time, so we can improve on it for everyone. But the reason why we haven't worked on the QA side for a long time is because like the QA side does exactly what we need it to do.
Understandable. It's for you guys, it's for the developers, not for the, let's say,
I guess I would say it's a little bit of both, right? It's also like the easier it is for other people to like report stuff, the better. But we have people that are actively sort of reading the QA site every day. So like even if people are making duplicates and like maybe it's hard to like find issues yourself, like we do read everything and we see everything and we go through it. So like from our point of view, like the QA site works very well for us. But it's obviously annoying that there's like issues with the site, and there's obviously things we can do better with it. So I would like to see it improve, but it does its job at the moment. So it's not like slowing us down or anything like that. But it ties in a little bit like what kind of like, because if we have a choice. Because we kind of had that choice recently where either we hire someone else to work on the QA side, or we hire someone to work on our build tools. And right now our build tools are much worse than our QA side.
Okay.
So there was a definite like, no, we're hiring a build person. Like someone has to work on the back end when we're distributing builds and packaging and all that, like when we're version controlling, like that stuff. We don't want to spend time on that. We want to work on the game, and that it's better to hire someone else to do that. So it's a bit of resource management as well for us at Coffee Stain to like when we hire people what to spend like time on.
Yeah, makes sense. And I'm sorry for asking all those mean questions, but
it's very. I don't think it's mean. I think it's that's part of the transparency sort of.
Yeah, and thank you for being honest on this. That makes sense at my end. So regarding the next category, it's called World. So yeah, also questions regarding Sommer's Loops and Mercer Spheres, but we already answered that. In the new biotope, so the Spire Coast, are there plans for tracks for train and truck? I guess they are meaning, when the old Spire Coast had those let's say predetermined paths where you could easily put train tracks in, like pathways, right? And if there's something planned for the new Spire Coast, but I guess I saw some, but I don't know.
No, well, I don't know. Like the Spire Coast is mostly finished, like in terms of its shape, if you. So I mean, if there is if there is space for trains and tracks like that, it has it. But I think mostly now what we're going to do with the Spire Coast is mostly like decorate it and like make it look better, not necessarily change too much of its shape and stuff like that. So similar to like the swamp, maybe you might see like a little bit of a revamp on some of the areas. But I think the Spire Coast is long ahead. Like it's in a much more finished state than some of the other biomes. But I don't think we'll make big biome changes like that again. I think Spire Coast is like the last sort of biome that will get sort of that big revamp as it did. You might still see some areas that will give a similar revamp like the swamp got, where we'll change like the foliage and stuff like that, but not necessarily shape it, like change the shape of the landscape. So like there's a couple of areas in the game that we still want to work on. So like Titan Forest, the Red Jungle, the area between Dune Desert and Spire Coast. Can't remember the name of it. There's a couple of more areas that we want to give foliage overhauls, so to speak.
Okay, so you shared this map where where the Spire Coast was white and all the biomes that you wanna work on. Are there any changes on this map, or meaning are you planning more changes to the biomes, or is it just like you shared it?
I think we should make an update to that map. The reason why we haven't done it yet is because I don't have like I don't have the Photoshop file that we used for it.
Right.
So we may need to like remake it completely or something, but we should probably update one but for the most part, because it's in our press kit and our update 5 press kit, you can find like after update 5. I mean, that map is still somewhat like, if you think about what we changed the Spire Coast and we changed the swamp, then like the other areas that are on that map, like those are the next ones to tackle, so to speak.
Okay.
So you can still get a pretty good sense of what's coming. If you check the map that we have. And I think on the wiki, the Satisfactory wiki, they've updated some version of it. That might even be the better one. I haven't looked at that actually. I just heard people talk about it. So it's possible that on the wiki is better for like planned, like coming updates or something like that, is the page called.
Okay. So okay,
I haven't checked it out.
So the map will be maybe updated with new. Stuff to come.
Yeah, but the only difference between the one we have on our press kit right now and like the one we would put out is really that like the Spire Coast is changed to like green, I think, the like in progress, and the swamp is also changed to green. So the other areas are red on that map, which means that they're gonna get a foliage rework, but they won't get a landscape rework.
Okay, foliage rework, not landscape. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The next question is regarding the nuclear nobelisks, the nukes. Will there be a way to destroy the large mushrooms on the map with the nuclear nobelisks?
I don't know. It's a large, because there's a bunch of different foliage you can't destroy right now. Some will probably never be able to be destroyed, but some might be able to be destroyed. I don't know exactly what we decided there.
Because right now the nukes are like a bigger normal novelist, and I imagine there is another side to them, that they can do something that the others cannot. The other novelists cannot do, and maybe
the nuke novelist is just supposed to be a bigger boom. Essentially, it's not actually doing it. Like it's just a bigger bang.
Just a bigger bang. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next question regarding this space giraffe, tick, penguin, whale thing. Is this still being worked on? What could we do with it? Will new monsters be added, or will we stick with the ones that are currently in the game? And I guess you answered it already regarding the big crab boss, that this will come at some point. But any other than that?
Maybe.
Okay.
There's definitely there's definitely changes we want to do to the existing enemies AI right now. Like the creatures that exist, like the spitters and the hogs that we have in the game, we want them to be like behave differently depending on where you encounter them. So like if you run into a hog in like grass fields, it will have a behavior. If you run into a hog in somewhere else, it will have a different behavior, and the same thing goes for spitters. And like maybe they'll have different, health points, or they deal different damage values depending on where you run into them as well. Those are things that we want to do. We have some plans for some new creatures. I don't know how many, but there's at least one, which if you saw that YouTube video I put out, that it definitely looks like that silhouette that I put in the video. That we've been working on, and we just didn't feel like it feels lame putting out half-finished stuff. So we decided to we've been trying to be very open about how we do development for Update 6.
Yes.
That one is like the one thing we're like, okay, maybe not show that until we actually have something cool to show, because it actually is pretty dope. But so that's something that's going to come later, but it probably won't be in Update 6. It will probably be later down the line. Maybe its own thing, like its own patch or something.
Oh, okay. So new creatures, because I can remember at least 2 creatures which are not in the game right now. The fish thing, the shark thing, and the sanctum creature in this cave.
Yeah.
So those two.
The sanctum creature is still in the game. It should
Still
be
in the game. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the shark thing, I think, was an accidental, like, whoops, that shouldn't be in there. Because that was probably a remnant from like when we were experimenting with fish and like aquatic stuff, and we realized, we probably like it's too much effort to do this, so it's better to work on other parts of the game. And we accidentally left one in or something like that. So like in update 3, we think we removed it.
Okay.
It took us that long for realizing before that was in.
Because I get the Subnautica vibes when there's a creature in the water when I swim in there. It's scaring. I shit my pants all the time in Subnautica, so would not be good for me. But all right, okay. So we can be excited for the, let's say, patch down the line where something huge regarding creatures. Great.
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay, you mentioned, or we all know in update 6, the equipment slots got a major overhaul, and right now, of course, it feels a bit overpowered. You already mentioned that in several dev streams, and you also mentioned that there are some changes coming to it, so you don't feel that overpowered right now. I fear, or at least in my opinion, now the people are really getting used to jetpack, blade runners, mask, and the body armor or something, the radiation suit. And do you have any idea how you could change them so they are not like that overpowered?
So I think a lot of people misunderstand me whenever I talk about that, because I think a lot of people say when I say like that, like you are overpowered in the sense that like, the game wasn't designed originally for you to be able to use the jetpack and the blade runners at the same time and stuff like that. It doesn't mean that we're going to remove that aspect of the game, but rather we want to like have it maybe for like the last stage of the game, where you're in the final tiers and stuff like that. And the thing we'd rather look into is having it so that you can unlock the jetpack earlier, but it might be like a lame version of the jetpack or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So like, when you're at the late tier, and when you're just building the goddamn, like the last couple of space elevator parts, which takes forever. It kind of makes sense that you are overpowered in that stage because you've conquered nature and like you've conquered the planet and you have like all your tools to disposal. But rather, we wanted to have it so that earlier in the game, like in the mid tier, maybe you'll have access to a lamer version of those two, so you can still play the game. And one idea we have is to have it so that like maybe the current version of the jetpack, like we want to add it so you can use turbo fuel in the jetpack. Maybe that's that version that you're playing right now. So maybe there'll be like a jetpack Mark 1 or Mark 2, or maybe just be like the jetpack, and when you have turbo fuel in, that's sort of the jetpack you have now, and you have regular fuel, then it's a lamer version of the jetpack that you can get earlier in the game. It's that kind of stuff that we're thinking of doing rather than remove. Like we're not thinking of nerfing the equipment. We want to add more additions to the equipment so that the equipment you have right now in update 6, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Because right now you have just, let's say, one equipment item for each slot, except for the back, right? You have hoverpack and jetpack, and the rest is just one. So add more variety. A lamer version of the jetpack. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the body armor. Okay, do the nuke and cluster still get a buff, especially the cluster nobelisks? So I guess the person asking is feeling that they are a bit underpowered.
If you feel like the nuke is underpowered, what the hell?
I guess the cluster, especially the clusters.
No, it's possible we rebalance both of those. I don't know what Mark is doing right now regarding those. I also feel like sometimes the clusters is a bit underwhelming. We'll see.
All right. Okay. Okay. Next up, and I guess you answered it in the last dev stream, is regarding the dedicated servers.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess a huge respect for the people is playing with their friends on those dedicated servers, and right now they are not really up to the, let's say, performance and up to the I guess when you're in the late game with 4 people, it's not really working well. And I know that maybe there was someone working on it, and I don't. Is there still something or someone working on them right now, or is this postponed?
Yeah. No. We're so the dedicated servers and like the rest of the game, we sort of work on them on separate tracks, so to speak, because like they kind of development-wise they kind of live their own lives, so they're not tied to one another. But the when we're working on update 6 stuff and the issues that come out, like obviously we want to all hands on deck, and dedicated servers are sort of experimental by themselves. Which is like hard to communicate when we have like an experimental version of the game as well, but like the dedicated servers aren't like stable by themselves either, regardless of what version of the game you're playing them on. Like when you're installing them on Epic Games, it specifically says like on this, like this is an experimental state of the game, of the service. So we'll probably, I mean, we want to improve them obviously, and it's we are constantly working on that, but it's important to distinguish like between when we're working on like the game issues and like the dedicated server issues, because they sort of different tracks, so to speak.
And the game issues, of course, have higher priority, right? So
yeah, right now they do. Right now. Okay. Yeah, and because of like the weird sort of time when we're pushing update 6 on experimental, like we have vacation period coming up soon, so like we probably need to take a pause on patching the game. I think so far we've been able to at least do 1 patch a week for the game since the launch of update 6, and like in a couple of weeks we won't do any patches for a while, and it's unfortunate. We were hoping that we could get the game to be stable enough before we go on vacation, and then we could work in dedicated servers, but it seems like we weren't able to do that either, because we ran into a couple of snags. So yeah, right now it's like I think the dedicated servers EU version, like the early access version, is more stable than the experimental version.
Okay.
So we kind of recommend people to revert to the early access version, but obviously then you won't have access to update 6. So it's like, yeah, it's not like the best option, but like the alternative would really have been that there were no dedicated servers at all at this point. So so it's like, you know, from our point of view, it's like either we wouldn't have put out dedicated servers at all, like until we were, you know, felt that we had them in a better state, or, you know, we put them out, they're in an experimental state, people can use them to a certain degree, and then we'll just, you know, deal with the fact that people are complaining, which is fair, that the servers aren't up to par, and that's something that we'll work on. But I mean, yeah, it's all part of the process then when we're doing this early access sort of trip, that, you know, not everything is perfect, and we're doing our best
for sure. We know that, and actually that you mentioned it, early access trip, right? Guys, don't forget, this game is still early access, and for that to be in that state and to be like that polished and finished is not something, or is not, you find everywhere. So, you know, it's perspective. It's important.
And I will say, like, the biggest challenge for us is really like having multiple platforms. I think a lot of people always ask us like, why don't you release on console? Why don't you release on like GOG and like all the other storefronts, stuff like that? And it adds so much more work having a game on a different storefront and on a different platform. And for us, it's like, it's both having a different platform in terms of it being dedicated servers, because like you can have issues that only happen on dedicated servers and don't happen in the game, which means that we have to test both things at the same time and also develop them in different environments. But we also have Linux support on the dedicated servers, and that's also like an environment that like there's only like one developer on our team right now that uses Linux as a work environment. So it's like, if someone makes a bug, if someone's working on like the AI system and it runs into a bug that only happens on dedicated servers, then like that developer needs to install Linux and like set up their development environment on Linux and then reproduce the issue and then try and fix it, and then they can push a patch for it. So it's like it's a huge workload to be able to support not only dedicated servers but also like the Linux support. And unfortunately, it seems that like most people are using the Linux version of dedicated servers, which is probably the more buggy one. I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
makes sense. So. But regarding,
because like we've run into a bunch of issues that only happen on Linux that doesn't happen on the Windows version, and more so than often, it's the Linux version that is more buggy, and it's like sometimes it's like I don't understand why.
But I guess that's an important information because when you set up dedicated servers, the general mindset is if you use Linux, you are more stable because Linux as a operating system is more stable, or at least perceived. So people are installing Linux and then the dedicated servers on Linux and expect more stable servers and so on. But actually, the Windows version is more stable because you guys are developing on Windows. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. There's also been like a couple of issues where like Linux servers didn't use like as many cores as Windows and stuff like that. So it's like a completely different world when you're handling another operating system. And I definitely agree that like Linux servers are more stable, like the Linux hardware and like the Linux, like running Linux on hardware for that kind of work is much more stable. But like the game itself, like the implementation of the game, that game has been in development for Windows for 6 years, and it's been in development for Linux for like 1 year, maybe.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Okay. The experience is a huge difference too. Okay.
Yeah.
So, thank you for that. The next category would be a roadmap. So, talking about the future. And the question is, will the game be completed with 1.0 and then everything, except for necessary patches, put into a new game? Or are there already plans for free and or paid DLCs or features added as DLC that have not made it into the finished game until release?
Yeah, I think if anything, we would go the DLC route. Right now, there are no plans at all because we want to finish the game first before we decide what we do. Because like for us, I think we have a pretty good understanding of what we want to do for 1.0 and like what Satisfactory as a finished product will be. And then like there's a couple of features where we felt like this must be in the game. And then like as we realized like, but if we keep working on the game, we're going to work on the game for another 5 years or something like that. So we just said, okay, this is what 1.0 real. But then, okay, so those extra features, maybe those will be DLC, and then we'll move those over there. So I don't know exactly what we have planned for DLC, if and what we will make as DLC, but I think that is the route we would take. Like we would finish the game and then we'll add stuff on top of it, so to speak. Or maybe it will be free updates. I don't know. Like that's another thing we haven't really talked too much about.
Not really talked about it.
Yeah. It's like we are really like one thing at a time, like finish the game and focus on that. And then we'll sort of, because that sort of have a coffee thing we worked all the time. Like we've always been very like we're working on this thing now and everything else will come after that, because there's so often that we change our minds once we implemented something. We think it's really important that we're agile and open for that sort of development, because it makes for a better game, we think, doing it that way. So that's why we don't really have any roadmap either, because we found that if we put out a roadmap, then we get locked into sort of those ideas and we change our minds all the time. So it's better to, be agile and do what makes sense at the time. And try to plan ahead a little bit, but expect that plan to go out the window. And that's the problem with like having a publicly communicated roadmap, because it's really frustrating if we communicate something out and then we're like, oh wait, we're gonna do this thing instead, and we want to have that option. So that's why we haven't had a roadmap essentially, because it's
and as you mentioned, we have some features in the game just because of the community and because you are working flexible and in an agile way. So I guess that's a win for us. But I think you must have at least some kind of vision for 1.0, which is kind of locked in. Because at least from my project management from work, I guess that you have to at some point have a deadline or something like, okay, we have to deliver the finished product, or we want to deliver the finished product by that and that date. And this content needs to be in by that date. So the plan naturally comes out of those milestones.
Yeah, kind of yes and no, because we do have like, we have a plan sort of like, this is what we think we would need to finish for 1.0, but we actually don't have like a deadline or anything like that. We just say, hopefully we'll have it done by this date. Like for update 6, for instance, we had we were hoping, okay, before vacation, that was the deadline essentially.
Okay.
We didn't have like a date until like a couple of weeks before we launched it, and then we barely met that deadline, so to speak. So
Okay, so little milestones in the near future. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, the next question is a bit complicated. To what extent do the updates advance the current state or slow them down by new bugs? Especially since the content framework must somehow have a sustainable limit until 1.0. I don't really. I mean, I understand it in German, but
I can sort of get what they're, because like because one thing that a lot of people always ask us is like, why don't you just fix the bugs that are in the game right now and then keep working on the game? And doing it that way is actually slower than if we didn't do it, because oftentimes when we're developing the game, we are fixing the same thing over and over again. There's a bunch of bugs that we fixed over and over again, and it's like unnecessary, because we could have spent that time developing a new feature and then come back to it and fix it one time at the end of everything. But we're also releasing a version of the game that people are playing and that people have access to, so we have to sort of strike a balance of like, how much do we fix at one point and how much do we leave and then come back to it later down the line. And sort of the approach we've had is that if we know that there's a system or like a part of the game that we're going to revisit at some point later down the line and redo, we just leave the bug in there for now, because it's no point of, unless it's like a really quick fix that like we can just like looking at it and be like, oh, that's the problem, okay, just make a quick fix, because it's not really worth it doing like workaround fixes, because that adds technical depth that we have to come back to, and that might just make it so the development takes even longer. So for instance, the bug where you can't use the gas mask in vehicles, for instance, like that bug has been in the game for a long time, because we knew that we're going to get around to fixing the equipment system and we're going to redo that. And that's and then in update 6 we sort of did that overhaul now, so we have changed how the equipment system works. There's still a bit work left in how we do that, and I think we have looked at that gas mask bug now and be like, oh yeah, now we can totally fix that. We just haven't gotten around to it yet. Okay. But it's stuff like that, and it's really tricky to figure out like what is the best way to do it, because we obviously think it's annoying that there are bugs in the game, and we would like to just stick around and fix things, but we can't progress with development of the rest of the game if we stick around for too long in maintenance mode, so to speak. Like there's the maintenance mode and there's the development mode, and we have to sort of, when we're doing these releases, we obviously want to fix as much as we can, and then we stick around a little bit in maintenance mode, but then we have to keep working on the game and keep pushing it forward so we can reach 1.0.
That makes sense.
So it's a really tricky like balancing act, because it's also hard to communicate that to people, because people will just see the game and be like, oh, it's buggy, and which it is. Like, so it's hard to like strike a balance between like what is okay for now and what is something that we have to fix now or have to fix later. Usually if we didn't do this early access thing, it would really be like, generally game development is that the game is broken until like it's 90% done, and then that's when the game comes together. And that's really common in game development, and I don't think people realize just how broken games are until like they reach that point, because we as game developers can see like, oh, okay, I see the thing we're working on, I can see the potential here, even though it's not working flawlessly, I can still like make out that this is a cool feature. Okay, let's get the rest of the stuff in and then come back to it, because there's so much like like continuous merging, where you run into new issue, the same issue and over again, because you're merging new things all the time. So it's just like much more. It's better to spend your time doing that as the last step, rather than like continuously, because you're going to be doing it over and over again. But for us, it's like a bit of both, so to speak.
A bit of both, yeah. All right.
Yeah. So, but that question asks like in terms of the updates, and that's the sort of same thing, because when we put out an update, we also need to maintain that update. And that slows it down a little bit. Like if we didn't have to like package the updates and like push them the way we do, then we could have probably gotten further in development than we are. But there is that balancing act of like, we also have to release stuff, because for us as well, it's like the feedback we're getting from people playing it is so much, like, so valuable. You know, if you do the math and you think about it, like we have an external QA team, and they work, you know, full time just testing the game. But, you know, a week's worth, like even like a year's worth of QA testing for them is like, if it's like 5 people working 8 hours a day for a couple of weeks, like that time spent is like nothing compared to like a weekend of just, you know, millions of people playing the game, because there's so many more people play testing. So you can never like compete to that. So it's really invaluable having people give us feedback and play test the game and stuff like that.
And you get that when you do the early access route, right? So
exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Satisfactory, like when we originally wanted to release Satisfactory, we didn't want it to be early access. We wanted to finish the game and release it. But I honestly don't like that game, Satisfactory. If we would have done that and not have it early access, like I honestly don't think that would have been half as good as the game we have now.
Yeah, the community feedback is very valuable, and like I said, some features were not or weren't supposed to be in the game until the community feedback was there. And
yeah, exactly.
Regarding the updates, you mentioned, or in your first video regarding update 6, you said that you will roll out update 6 step by step, meaning roll out the features for update 6. So the question is, what other features are planned for update 6 that are not currently in the game? Are there some huge features that we can expect, or like little ones?
I think we've communicated, like, the things that are left for update 6 are things that I've probably already communicated. Like we have that AI system that we've implemented, but we still have behavior changes that we want to do to the creatures. We also want to have like a couple of more visual distinct, like we want the hogs also to have sort of a similar treatment to the spitters, stuff like that. I don't know if we're actually going to do that for update 6 though. That may have been something we felt like we need to scrap, because of it took so much more time for us to develop the AI system that we thought. But it's probably like the things that I've already talked about in our videos on our YouTube channel. Like we want to improve the creature system. We have that creature that we haven't unveiled yet. Hopefully that can make it in for update 6, but maybe it'll take longer time probably, because we always underestimate how much time it takes to do stuff. I think there's a couple of things. There's a couple of quality of life stuff that we want to do that I don't have, like, I don't remember what it is specifically, but there's a bunch of stuff that we want to improve on, like the things that we already introduced. But there might also be a few new things. But I think like update 6 is like content-wise, it's like 80%, 90% finished out. It's just like we need to polish it and make it stable enough to go on early access branch. But there might be like 1 or 2 surprises, depending on if we can pull it off or not.
Right, because I really get the vibe from update 6, of course, exploration aspect, but it's more like also a quality of life update, feature update.
Yeah.
For example, and it goes to show that even little changes, for example, with a recipe copy system, can make a huge difference for the player, right? And take a huge workload off of them. And it's really well received and so on. And the quality of life and the little things, they really make for a smoother game experience, at least in my opinion. So And did you change a lot under the hood, meaning engine, and system wise or something like that?
For sure, like the AI system is completely from scratch rewritten. So like the AI behavior system that we had up until this point is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. There's a bunch of stuff like underneath the hood is a lot better, but you guys probably don't notice it. Like we've changed the way that our levels are saved. That makes it a lot easier for us to work with the levels, but you guys don't really see any issue. Like maybe you'll see a rendering performance improvements, but that's a huge thing, and that's something we've had planned for a long time. The foliage system, how it's handled for networking, is also completely reworked, I think. which is a bit like ironic, given that that's the biggest issue on dedicated servers where you can't pick up certain foliage. But that isn't because of that system; it's because of something else probably. But it reduced like the bandwidth for foliage replication significantly, and that's also a system that we've been wanting to rework since the launch of the game, and it's just like we never got around to it. And there's also, I think, one aspect that a lot of people don't know about that is that, like, you know, this is a smaller update because we've been working on other things that take much longer to work on than just like for these updates. You know, between update 5 and 6, we always like, and before we just always be like, okay, how much can we develop in between this time frame so we can release it in the next update? But now we also looked at, okay, but what is it that we want to do that takes longer to do than in between that like update time frame? And like half of development, I'd say, has gone into that. So you're not seeing like all the work we've done since update 5 in update 6. There's a lot of work that's going to come out way later down the line that we've been doing now, up until this point. And then you see sort of the other part of like other aspects that we're working on. So like the weapon system, for instance, that's something we started working on before update 5.
Or before update 5.
Yeah, and it didn't come into fruition until now.
Thanks for sharing, because I guess the people really don't, like you said, they don't see it, right? So they just look at update 6 and saying, okay, 5 new weapons, all right, a little bit of map design, thanks, right? But there's so much going on under the hood regarding rework of systems and you know, the AI. By the way, regarding the AI, when a creature spawns in a poison fog, they die. I guess that's very funny, but I guess not intended. So
it's like half intended, actually. It's like we noticed it when we were redoing how, because we also tested out having like sort of a creature could fight each other's. So like a spitter, if a spitter ran into a hog, they would start attacking each other, which was like, it's pretty cool because it makes the environment feel much more alive, but it was also kind of like didn't quite work the way we wanted it. So the like enemies dying from gas is a remnant of that, but we wanted so that, because right now they don't flee in that gas, they flee from gas grenade. So that's what we want to do. I think we just haven't gotten it done yet. Yeah. So, but it's like half intentional, because like we also found out when we introduced the system that like, oh, cool, they die in gas, which is funny, but it's also like weird. But right now we also have like an issue with the spawn system where it's a lot of creatures don't spawn when you build factories on your planet.
Yeah, actually I didn't encounter any new creature in my save, because no creature spawn except the flies or the bees or the flying crabs. So they are working.
It's unfortunate that it's really unfortunate that this update is tied a lot into creatures, and like that was a huge part when we went into update 6. Like, you know, update 6 was internally like the creature update, because we were reworking AI, and but AI took so much longer to develop. So it turned out that didn't turn into like the big thing that we wanted it to be for update 6. So it's unfortunate that like now, before vacation, we probably won't have all those issues fixed with creatures. We have fixed internally the spawn thing. So like now they actually spawn correctly, but we haven't been able to test it internally enough, I think, for us to be able to pull it out before we go on vacation. But maybe we do. I don't know exactly what the state of that is, because a lot of times we're very scared of like when we push new patches, we test them internally like manically, because we hate when we push a patch where it makes something worse than before. And that's something we always want to avoid, especially now that we're going into like vacation time where we might not be able to fix things for a couple of weeks. So we're very careful with the patches that we roll out right now. But that one is fixed internally, at least.
Okay, great.
So if it goes through the QA process, then we'll be able to push it.
Because whenever you
but the other main issue with creatures too is that they like stop attacking you, and that issue is so annoying because internally it works flawlessly. Like it's something it's something when we package the build and like build it and send it out to Steam and Epic, like that version of the game that has to bug, not an internal one. So we encountered that bug on our test builds, but we don't encounter it when we're like working on the game in an editor. So it's super annoying because it's a really tricky bug to like figure out what the actual issue is, because we can't debug it properly.
Yeah, can reproduce it really. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. But when regarding your patch or pushing patches, I get the impression when you push a patch and there's something really broken in it, it's like 1 hour later you have the fix already. So I understand that you're manually testing it, and when you and you're scared to push a patch. But from my point of view, you're really good at fixing the things that are broken in a very short amount of time. So the impact for player is really little. So
yeah, it depends on what the issue is, because a lot of times we have reverted because it takes like from us, making the fix up until like it's up on Steam and Epic, that's like 6 hours or something like that, or 7 hours.
Okay.
So if we push a patch at like 7 in the evening, then there's nothing we can do until the next day.
Okay,
and
got it.
And depending on when, like if we push a patch on like a Tuesday, then it's okay, it's fine for people to have that issue until Wednesday. But if we push it during the weekend, then we're like, no, reverts.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, because then it's also like a lot more people playing, so a lot more people experience the issue. It's also knowing if there's an issue where if you save when that issue occurs, like that problem might still be persistent in your save file.
Yeah.
So we want to be really careful about those things as well, so that people don't like overwrite their save files, because people are not good at backing up their save files.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, but we try to be very. Oftentimes we know about, like when we pushed that crab hatcher issue where crab hatches didn't spawn, we knew about that when we pushed the patch. So we started working on the fix like while we were, working on pushing that patch live, essentially. Because there's a lot of lead time between us working on the fix and actually.
Okay, so when a patch comes, really a short time update, it's more likely that you just reverted the changes and then work on a patch internally to fix the issues.
Either that, or we decided to push like an intermediate patch. We already had like a working build that we hadn't touched. Yeah.
Okay. It just comes to mind that some on the map in the desert canyon and the border to the desert, there's something, I don't know what is causing it, but when or in my games, there's always some kind of lag, or I don't know, it's on the border of the biomes from the desert to the desert canyon, and I have built some kind of hypertube accelerator there, and it's really like just on this part of the map. So are you actively looking into such behavior or I don't know, map bugs?
Sure. We're looking into all kinds of stuff, but sometimes those issues can be like depending on how you built your factory.
All right.
So we actually have a dedicated machine that does test runs for us. So we have like a camera that flies through the world.
Okay.
And it checks like frame rate, like what's the frame rate in the red jungle? What's the frame rate like in Dune Desert? And are there any hitches between tiles? And that's how we catch a lot of these type of issues where like maybe a tile is too heavy to be loaded in and stuff like that. And it might be that's caught in there. And then we fix those as we go.
Okay. Maybe I just open up a bug report and send a save file or something. Because I'm not the only one having this problem. Anyway,
but it might be that we are also aware of like that specific tile is like very heavy or something, or it needs more sub levels or something. I don't know.
Last question.
Only our tech artist knows.
Oh, sorry. Last question from the roadmap category is: what are the exact plans for further releases for the game? So, meaning update, I guess, update strategy and so on. So you already mentioned that the next updates will be kind of like update 6, so small increments of updates, and maybe the 1.0 update will be another big bang with some hidden features and so on. But I guess the old questions: how many updates are still in the pipeline? At least an update 7, I guess.
At the moment, we don't have any updates planned in the pipeline, honestly, because well, it's like now people are gonna be like, there's not gonna be any more updates. There might actually be more updates. I actually
Okay,
don't.
good.
We haven't planned any, because like when we plan these like bigger updates, we plan as in like, okay, what are we packaging in this update? But since we're changing up how we're doing these updates, like update 6 was barely called an update because we were like, is it actually an update or is it just like an incremental like patch? Or it might be that as we go towards 1.0, like there almost every update we do might be even smaller than update 6, and then we do more incremental updates. Maybe we'll do like an update 7 where we have a bunch of stuff that we want to do. But it's like a puzzle game, right? Where we're trying to figure out like what will we, if we made an update 7, what will we put in there that won't go in 1.0? And right now it's a bit unclear for us, like what makes sense to put in an update versus what makes more sense to just iteratively push and let people test and stuff like that. Because one thing we want to do before 1.0 is, like I mentioned before, we want to do a balancing change to the game. And there's a bunch of bugs that we also want to test. There's a couple of like networking solutions that we have that are like bigger overhauls of networking systems that we want to test, that we don't want to put it in like a in 1.0. We want to test it before that. And so like, okay, so we have these three things. Maybe they make sense to have in one update, and we'll call update 7, and they'll be called like the bug fixing update or whatever. But maybe it also makes more sense to just roll out like one thing at a time and test that. That's sort of what we need to figure out in between now and like final release of the game. So I'm not saying there won't be an update 7. It's possible, but right now, today, we don't know what we would put in update 7 that we wouldn't, that couldn't just be its own like patch, you know,
Okay.
or yeah. Or if we want to save stuff for later down the line, like I don't know, because the thing with this update too was that we wanted to push world, like when we're working on the game, we have like our development branch and we have our world branch, because they sort of need to work separately, and then we merge them together at different points. And one thing we really needed was like, we need to merge world, and if we're pushing world, we also need to get some of the new atmosphere systems, which is tied into like the stuff we're working on for other parts of the game. And then like, oh, but then it also makes sense to have the creature stuff, but also the creature stuff is tied to like the new weapon system. So like it kind of just became a thing like, okay, it makes sense that these things need to come together for this update. So we couldn't make update 6 smaller than that because of those things. So
those dependencies.
For this update, yeah, so it made sense because of dependencies to make update 6 and push it the way we did. And maybe in the future we'll find more things that make sense to release in one update. But it might also be that it makes more sense to release them incrementally, one thing at a time. So we'll see what happens if we make another update or not, or if 1.0 is like the next thing we're working towards.
Okay.
Maybe we'll do like you won't see a patches for quite some time. Maybe you don't see an update for like another year or something, and we just fucking focus on 1.0. Or maybe we'll do another update, or maybe we'll do incremental updates. It's something that we haven't really decided on internally yet.
Okay.
Because it always comes down to like what makes most sense for the game, and like what makes most sense for like our development team, what makes it easier for them. So yeah.
You mentioned that you are looking at a rebalancing of the system and content. Is there any, let's say, new tier content planned? New buildings, new recipes, and new product? Or is Space Elevator Level 4 the last thing that we see in terms of new items, new products, and new production chains?
I don't know exactly what the plans are for that, because it might be the case where we have a bunch of new, like it might be the case where we want to add new parts and new recipes and stuff like that, but it won't be in a new tier. It will be redistributed among the tiers that we have. There might be a new tier where we add new things, but I don't know at this very moment like what we want to do, honestly. I just know that there's probably more content coming, but I don't know in what shape or form, if it's a new tier or if it's like part of the rebalancing aspect of the game.
Because the particle accelerator has this pipe input, and everybody's wondering, right, what could be, what product could be, for that.
Yeah. And it might also end up being, we just remove that input.
Oh, that, yes.
Yeah, you never know. Because we have done that in the past where we removed something that was like in the game and that's not in there anymore.
Is it possible to revisit or redesign some buildings? I mean, because there was a question I remember regarding the drone port, because the inputs of the drone port are not really aligning, right, with the foundations and with the foundations it's all right, but with the conveyor belt holes through walls. So
yeah, that is probably gonna happen. The scary thing when we do that is that it messes up for so many people's save files. I don't know if you remember when we changed the water extractors, because the pipe segment on the water extractor wasn't centered before. In update 4, I think it was, or maybe later. That messed up so many people's factories, like even though it was only aesthetically. So we're always scared of when we're making those type of changes because it will affect so many people. But that is something that I think we were aware of when we launched it, and we're just like, all right, we'll just live for it for now because it's too much work to change it just before release, because I think we noticed it too late, and then we've just been saving up until we get around to it.
Okay.
But that is a known issue.
Okay, known issue. All right. So I have some questions from the chat that came up while we were talking. Do you like to take a breather for a minute, or are you good to go?
Nah, you just hit me. Hit me.
Ja, okay. Alright. So, Non-Chef, ich drücke hier mal auf die Fragen, ne? Okay, the first message on screen. Is a copy function for splitter planned? So the settings.
Yeah, I hope so.
Right. Okay, hope so. So maybe.
Yeah. I hope so, because it's so annoying. Like
it is.
I feel it too, chat. Okay, like I play the game too sometimes, and there's a bunch of shit that I really want to change.
All right. So most likely. Next would be, will there be an upgrade to Unreal Engine 5? And you kind of answered it in the last dev stream that you looked at the features and you really like some of them, but the workload is a lot to upgrade to Unreal 5.
Yeah.
Any more information?
We need to replace the entire physics engine if we were to upgrade to Unreal Engine 5, unfortunately, because they've deprecated the physics engine we're using right now, which would we would like to do that because it would improve. There's a bunch of stuff in the new physics engine that they made. It's custom made for Unreal, and it's like, it seems better. Grass is always greener on the other side, right? But it seems much better. But unfortunately, it would also need that everything in the game that uses physics would need to be re-implemented.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is a huge workload. So we're investigating the possibility of doing the converting the project to Unreal Engine 5, but it is quite an undertaking.
Because I saw really nice videos from the Unreal Engine and this new system which they use to implement, landscaping. There's a name.
There's Nanite and then there's Lumen, which is the two main, and it's like, it has to do with like the way they render polygons. Like you can have much higher polygon count objects, and then it streams in parts of the meshes and stuff like that, which I don't think, because you also need to convert your assets to that system, which might be a similar problem there. We're like, okay, then we also need to you re-implement a bunch of stuff. There's also a bunch of the thing with those systems is that they have huge potential, but there's also drawbacks to them, and we're using, like, we have dependencies on some of those things where we would have drawbacks. So it's not 100% that we'd actually be able to use Nanite even if we started using Unreal Engine 5. We might be able to use like parts of it for some things, and that would make it easier. But you won't expect to see, like, you have to make a game with that in mind from the start if you're going to use that type of technology, essentially. But I think Lumen is very interesting for us because then we could skip the current global illumination model that we're using in the game and then just use Lumen. But that also means that, a lot of lower spec computers wouldn't be able to run the game at all because it's dependent on later versions of DirectX and stuff like that. Okay. So that's also an aspect that we have to consider.
DirectX 12 only. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I guess the benefit must outweigh the cost in terms of this Unreal 5 engine upgrade.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
okay. Next one. So, as Snoot, hope you're doing good. In U5, you did introduce new skins for the foundations, but not all of the foundation types were able to be painted with the skins. Like the half-pipe, is it planned to make the missing foundations also skinnable with the new one?
If we have time, yes, I hope so. It feels weird that like the skate park ramps,
Yeah.
as I call them, that you can't make them concrete and stuff like that. I think that's a bit of a shame. But hopefully we can get around to implementing that for those as well.
All right. Next one. Will there be robots, companions, or other small bots that can move around the factory?
Not at this moment. No plans for it.
At this moment?
I don't think. No, I don't think we've. Well, we haven't really been like convinced as to how like it's a cool thing, but how much does it add to the experience of Satisfactory, so to speak? I think that's something that
just atmosphere, I guess. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it's like, would you rather have that, or would you rather have? Can't think of anything else that a lot of people request. Pipes, like in comparison.
You must distribute some the let's say epic points or the workload on what you work. Mm-hmm. So I okay. The next one. Do we also get rain-tight roofs?
What does that mean?
It doesn't rain through the roofs. So if you have a factory and the rain sets in, and
Wait,
I guess
it
just rains through the roof, but not through foundations.
It's not supposed to. That's probably a bug at this moment.
It's a bug. Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed because they are supposed to be the way. Okay, spoiler alert. The way rain works in games is that when the rain rendering happens everywhere, and then you call based on like where it shouldn't be rain. So if you're looking at like a building, you call out the rain that was rendered there, and we probably just haven't got around to fix it so that calling happens underneath the roofs, but that happens for concrete, for instance, or for foundations.
Okay.
So that will probably happen. Yes.
Because I guess that's the purpose of roofs. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, okay. Next up, could you make the balloon trees destructible? And while you added, please, the trees in the Titan forest too.
Yeah, that's one of those. I don't know which foliage we expect to be able to remove and which we don't want to be able to remove. Like, we want there to be a certain aspect of you have to work around the environment. So because otherwise you could just be like, all right, here's a plane. There's a mod where you can just like spawn on the ocean, and you have to place foundations everywhere, and it's completely flat. That's not what we want people to. When we made this environment, we want people to sort of build around it, and I think certain, like the trees in that forest, I think well, that's also not part of the foliage system, so that also would be an exception. But I think we want those to be indestructible, so people have to work around it. But I don't know if we decided what foliage types we've decided. So like if the balloons are decided that like that's one of those types where you can't destroy it or not.
Said, I guess also the trees in the Titan forest, they really make up the biome, right? So exactly. If you remove them, there's no distinctive feature to the biome. So yeah.
Exactly.
Understood. Next up would be intelligent pipe junctions. Meaning, I guess if you have this intelligent or smart splitter, so like smart pipe junctions where you can, say, okay, this fluid goes this way and the, let's say, overflow to the right or something like this.
I don't think we want to do that right now.
Okay.
I think when we added the what's it called? The valve.
The valve.
We were like, that was something we felt was missing. But right now we feel like the part with the pipes is like the fluid mechanics and like figuring that out. So if anything, we would rather spend time on making the fluid dynamics aspect of pipes be clearer. So like more people have an easier time with setting up pipes and understanding how they work.
Yeah. Because we actually have some kind of 7 or 10 page manual on how pipes work in the German community. It's also translated to English, but it's very helpful. So yeah.
Yeah. I love that. I've seen a bunch of different guides, and everyone's always like, pipes are so hard. I love that every time I've talked to someone who is a like fluid engineer, they're always like, oh, thank you for making fluid dynamics so easy in your game. It's so much fun.
Really?
It's
Great.
like, okay, great for you that you understand it, but it is a complex problem for everyone else. Yeah.
For sure. Next one. Is it possible to make the dynamic color fields in the customizer nameable? Currently, they're called 1 to 15, so they just want to name them. For example, water or rice.
Yeah, that is definitely possible. So please upvote that on the QA site if you want to see that.
Right.
I think that's something we haven't thought about.
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. There is chat, but can we talk a lot in the game? So I guess voice, in-game voice, dependent on how far you are away of someone. Maybe like this.
Hopefully not, because that is it. Actually, because we're using Epic's online services, which is like how we're handling crossplay and stuff like that, and it's a pretty good service. And they have support for voice in that system, but also implementing voice in games is much harder than you think. Like, and we would be sort of competing with Discord and like that kind of stuff. So making like a half-baked version of Discord in our game, we always felt like it's whatever. Let people use Discord. It's much better. So like it would be cool, but it's a feature that's takes so much time to implement. We'd rather do something cool with the game rather than adding support for that.
Okay. Next one is kind of will climbing down ladders be improved? Currently, it's very easy to fall down. I mean,
do you remember how it was before, though? So much worse.
Yeah,
it's possible. I don't know. Yeah, it's always possible. It's like it's a QA site.
It's a QA site.
Yeah, it's just like looking into it because we for a long time it was very difficult to climb on ladders. It was much more difficult than it was now. And then we just didn't have time to look into it. And then when we finally had time for it, it was like, oh, this is a pretty easy fix. But that was after many people complained.
Okay. Were you saying that before update 6, it was really it was all right with the ladders, and now after update 6 it's worse?
What do you mean? Was there a different because before I think it was update 4. We made that change where we changed like the max velocity when you're falling. There's a specific velocity. If you're falling faster than a certain velocity, we don't allow you to snap to ladders. And we changed like that value and made it so you can actually fall pretty fast and then still grab onto them. That was the major change we made to the ladders before, and then that made it a lot easier to grapple onto them.
Okay. All right. Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay. Next question would be, will grass ever regrow, or will carbon dioxide break the ozone layer?
Does grass? Well, grass doesn't disappear, does it?
No. I mean, if you use the chainsaw or something, right? And if you so to regrow that, or trees.
Yeah. No, right now we don't have any plans for that. If you cut anything down with your chainsaw, it's gone. We have, I think we had some ideas, but we don't think we pursued anything.
Because I know that you talked about, fixed farming, and that you really like the idea of fixed farming, and were thinking about.
Yeah, but I don't think that's something that we're gonna do for update 1.0. It might come as a DLC, or if we do it at all, I don't know.
Okay.
Because
DLC.
That one is a really good DLC candidate because there's so much you can do with farming, and we felt that if we just do like a bare bones farming add-on to the game as it is right now, we'd probably want to like go in deeper into it, and then it turns into like this feature creep. That one is more after 1.0.
I mean, it's completely different to the rest of the game to have farming in it. So yeah, makes sense to have it in the DLC or something. The question that came up right now was, is it possible to have kind of arrival time for trains in the train station? So not setting an arrival time, but seeing it when a train comes in, to have a timestamp, so you can, you know, I guess measure the time between train stations for your throughput.
That sounds pretty cool, actually. I haven't heard that before. That's a QA side thing, I guess, requesting there, but it sounds pretty smart. It could be like, because we want to add like some kind of metric over like UI for the game, so you can see like how much are you producing and like, you know, that kind of stuff. And that sounds like that ties into that sort of. All right. So yeah, QA side, good shit.
Q&A side, guys, hold it up. Kind of interesting. Would the difficulty level be like now by 1.0, or can players choose between the survival aspects, creature damage, etc.? So, or kind of a variable, damage coefficient or something like this.
So yeah, game modes is something that we would like to have in the game as well. It's something that we've talked about for a while, and some game modes we've had, like people have always requested like creative mode and stuff like that. And the reason why we don't have it in the game right now is because we want to get feedback on the game as it is right now. And then when people add creative mode, you know, they can do their own thing. And there's also been requests like peaceful mode, which I guess you kind of have in update 6 right now, because the only thing that spawns is crab hatchers.
I love it.
Ish. So that's a contender for like something we could maybe do with game modes and make it so that all enemies have like twice as much health or something like that. I don't know. But for the base game, no, we won't change. Like the base game is, I think even when people have been playing update 6 even more so, like I think it's kind of like made sense that some equipment makes it very easy to fight enemies, and that's sort of what we want. We want it to be more about factory building than survival. So
okay,
that's the emphasis.
Okay, more about factory building than survival, and I guess that makes a lot of people very happy, because I guess they got the vibe from update 6 that you are focusing now on the, let's say, survival, military, shooting stuff of the game, and not so much more on the factory part.
So for update 6, when it comes to exploration and stuff, the thing we didn't want to make it more survival aspects. We wanted to add variety to the existing equipment in the game. So we didn't necessarily want to go down the route of making it more like a survival game. It's more so we wanted like so that the equipment in the game that existed before update 6, like it felt a little bit like tame, and there wasn't enough to do with it. So we just wanted to add a little bit more variety, essentially.
Okay, all right. Interesting question up next regarding the new overclocking that you mentioned in your first video, which didn't make it in time to update 6 release. Is it still coming in update 6 or in the next, let's say, a big patch? And why did you decide to pull it out? I guess you mentioned that you were still talking about it and had some questions about it. So what's the status there?
So it won't come up at 6 because the main reason why we didn't do it was because when we were originally like planning for it, we thought like, okay, there's a couple of reasons why we wanted to do it. One thing was that we felt that slugs was underutilized in the game. People weren't using slugs enough. One other thing was that it wasn't clear how the overclocking system worked. So a lot of new players, when they were overclocking stuff, they were confused as to like, why are they drawing so much more power? And even when you look at the formula, it's kind of hard to like grasp like what's actually going on. You know, that underclocking is much more efficient than having, you know, building more machines and underclocking them is more power efficient than having, you know, less machines. But yeah, so like that part was confusing for a lot of new players. That was another reason we wanted to change this. And the third reason was because we wanted it so that people wouldn't feel like they needed to build so many more machines, so that overclocking became much more like proficient in the end game. And that also means that you can get to like the later tier stuff easier, so to speak. When we came up with the idea to change the overclocking to being linear, as we were like testing that ourselves, we got more and more like questions. So like even when I made the first video, actually, I asked Mark a bunch of stuff like, okay, but are we changing how power production is also going to be linear? And then Mark was like, oh yeah, I didn't think about that. No, because and it just like we just ran into more and more questions as we were thinking of doing it. And then we tried it out a little bit ourselves, and that also opened up like, is it actually the way to go? I don't know. So we just felt that we didn't have time to internally test it ourselves enough before we because we were also like not sure if we just put it out on experimental, like maybe it will have such a huge impact that we didn't anticipate to the like the negative side, and then even if we reverted back to the old way, like maybe the damage would already be done. So we became a little we got cold feet a little bit. So we wanted to internally try it out a little bit more and think about it a little bit more. I think Mark also kind of like reading all the comments that people were leaving and like checking out the discussions people were having, because there was really like when we announced the news of linear, there was a lot of people like, oh, this is such a good idea. But as time went on, more and more people like came back and be like, no, I don't think it's a good idea. Like more and more people became more vocal about that they didn't like the change. And we were like, all right, there's definitely like a split like interest in our community as to what they think is a good approach or not when it comes to overclocking. So we definitely wanted to like listen a little bit to that feedback as well, and try and like, is there a middle path we can take, you know, because we were going to do full linear, but maybe there's a middle path. Maybe if we just change the exponents of the overclocking, we'll get a little bit of both. Like it will still be similar to how new players would anticipate a linear overclocking system would work, but it wouldn't actually be that. And then by the time they're more proficient in the game, that's when they understand how overclocking works. So it's stuff like that we wanted to think a little bit about more ourselves before we gave it to the world. So that's the main reason why we didn't do it, and we won't do it for update 6 because we won't have time to do that before update 6 hits early access. But it might be like its own thing we try out as its own patch later down the line. It might be part of update 7. This goes back to the thing I talked before about we don't know how we are gonna package the next iteration of the game, so to speak. If it's an update, or if it's a series of patches, or what we do there. It might be, it might also be that, okay, maybe we'll make a special branch just for testing this specific thing. So like if people really want to try it out, they can opt into that. Or maybe we'll push it on experimental at some point. I don't know. We'll see. But we won't do it for update 6.
But it will come in one form or another. Some changes to the overclocking system.
Yeah, unless Mark's convinced himself that it was a bad idea to change overclocking.
Okay.
Maybe we need to solve that in another way, because the thing is like those things that I just like listed, those can be solved with like different changes to the game. Overclocking was a solution that solves those things, but it might be that maybe it's a better approach to fix separate problems instead of trying to fix them in one thing in one go. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens.
Interesting. Eh? Okay, so maybe overclocking will vanish and some other systems will get changes. But okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Collision query for the terrain. For example, the train can pass through the terrain right now. So is there a collision query, or is it planned to have trains collide with terrain?
I don't think we will change that. If that's my guess. It might be that we do, but I think it's one of those cases. The approach we have to clipping, like we get more and more lax about it as time goes on, because we realize that people that are annoyed by things clipping, they won't build that way. They will avoid it. I think the train collision thingy. It might be that it's too much effort than what it's worth. If people still like doesn't really build that way anyways, if they care about that. But I don't know. It's possible that we do change, make it more like strict in the future. Who knows?
Okay. So we're looking at the last 5 questions, and then I'm closing the question round right now, guys, because it's kind of late. So next up would be the merge for the Lego, because it's in review. Is it the question? What's the status in regard to merch? Yeah, easier shipping in Europe and Lego. Yes.
Yeah, so I guess it's a twofold. So merch is handled by our licensed partners, and I think the most active one is the Heroic Replicas one. Because Dave recently changed so that you can get a flat shipping cost if your order exceeds like $60, I think. So if you order stuff for more than $60, you can get cheaper shipping in Europe. So I think before it was like $45 to $60 in shipping, and now it's a flat rate of $25. And within the US, it's a flat shipping rate of $15. So it's a lot better than it was before. So that's a little bit moving on that side, at least for Heroic Replicas. And they've got a bunch of new stuff in their store as well. So like you can get the coffee mug, you can get the plushies. The plushies are rolling out now. They were a pre-order.
I'm waiting for mine
before. Oh, sweet. Yeah, they're really cool.
And you can get stickers if you write them an email. Right now, I did that yesterday, and they responded instantly. So that's good.
Yeah, Dave works really like it's really a passion project for him. So like he really cares about that store, because he really wants it to be like it's full-fledged thing. It's sort of him kicking it off because when he was doing Heroic Replicas, he was just doing like replicas for when he had time for it. But now he wants to make like his own store and that stuff, and that's what we're seeing now. The stickers is like if you order for more than $60, you get a free set of stickers, and you can choose between. And that's those stickers were designed by us, by the way, most of them at least. So good stuff. So a little bit better for EU in that front. And as for Lego, it's in the review, as you said. We don't know. I don't know when the review like thing happens. That's up to Lego. Okay. So you know as much as I do, essentially. On that
All right. Okay. I'm combining some questions regarding the trains. First off, can we change the train volume in the options? Second, can we see the contents of a freight train in some kind of in the train station or something like this? And then was the third one was the slowdown on path signals, because right before that, the train's slowing down, kind of deciding. And the last one is train collisions with pioneers like trucks do.
Most of these sounds like a QA thing. If you're requesting features, it sounds like a QA side kind of deal. There was a question about like if you can hit the pioneer. I think that would be. I think the reason why we don't have it is because right now the collision the train makes with the pioneer is so harsh that like you fling the pioneer off the world, something like that.
Yeah, makes sense.
But maybe we'll work something out. The game is still in early access, so there's still many possibilities to improve it in that regard. What was the thing with path? That the train doesn't slow down before path signals, or?
Come again, sorry? I was reading.
There was some question about like trains not slowing down for path signals.
No, they are slowing down in front of path signals, and I guess the people ask why and can it be fixed so that the trains are not slowing down.
I think there's some kind of because the train the signal doesn't like signal until the train is at the signal, so to speak. I think that's the main reason, because it can cause like other issues if the train was speeding through a signal and the signal was like, no wait, you can't actually go. That might cause issues. I think the main reason why they do that is just because we want to be a bit safe and rather have it so that there's one less collision and have the trains be slower rather than having the trains speed through the signals, but then there's the potential of having collisions more often, just because the system isn't fully finished or something like that.
Okay, because what you can do is the block before the path signal, if you make it really large, like around 16 foundations or something, then the slowdown is minimal, right? It's just they're pushing through with 100 or something. So, okay. And this one is for Q&A side, Tor. It's regarding water pipe extractor, and I guess that's one for the QA side, but if you want to place water extractors in a line and then align them to a pipe pole, by pressing control, you can only align it in one axis. Be nice, quality of life, it would snap to the introduction of both. Okay, put it on the QA.
I didn't know it didn't work that way, actually. Yeah, that's a QA side.
The last one. Is there a possibility to work on, if you have a beam and a connector, to go from there diagonally I don't know how to. Wait a second. Can someone maybe put it in deep L or something? Here. Just a second, Snoot. It's I just want to.
Can you build beams? You can build beams.
Beams. That's a question.
Beams. Yeah.
So, okay. Will there be the possibility to continue building on beams with connectors, for example, diagonal and extension of the beams?
Could be. Yeah, it could be cool. Sounds like a QA side
Sounds
thing.
like a QA.
Yeah, it sounds like something you could do.
Okay, I guess, yeah, if you have a diagonal beam to extend it diagonally. Okay, yeah. Anyway,
gotcha.
That was the last one. Note, thank you so much. It was a lot today. And
so many answers.
Yeah, I'm feeling like a police officer, and you were like, I'm bombarding you with the questions. I'm so sorry about that. But they are really using the possibility.
It's no different than our regular dev streams. There are people fucking cramming it at the end of it.
But really appreciated you taking the time and your patience with me and my English and all the chat guys. And yeah. So now you have...
It's always a blast being here.
Yeah. I guess we talk again, at least after update 7. And once again, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Like every time, was a pleasure being talking to you. So all the best. And
thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. If you have any last words for the chat?
Stay frosty.
We will. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Dude, have a nice evening. Thank you for being here. And yeah, take care.
Yeah, have a good one. Cheers.
Leute, back to German. Das war heute das Interview. Alter Schwede. Ich bin auch gut in den Fritten. Das war jetzt auf jeden Fall eine Menge Fragen. Wir haben auch eine Menge beantwortet gekriegt. Und ich fand, Leute, wir haben richtig viel gelernt. Also auch was die Update-Strategie beginnt. Und ne, man ist ja immer recht schnell. So mit Kritik. Und das Update 6, das ist nicht so geil und so weiter. Aber jetzt haben wir mal gelernt, was da eigentlich hintersteckt. Dass das alles noch EA ist. Und wie die Prioritäten in diesem ganzen Content sind. Und wie das Development-Team da arbeitet. Diese Insights, die kriegst du ja gar nicht so im Dev-Stream. Die kriegst du ja auch nicht in den Videos. Ne? Deswegen sind solche Interviews wirklich super wichtig, dass wir die machen. Damit ihr alle... Ne, was wird jetzt noch gemacht? Wir ballern jetzt hier ein bisschen weiter Satisfactory bei mir. Ich gehe aber mal kurz ums Eck und werde hier noch mal ein bisschen die Sachen hier umstellen. Das ist ja noch hier alles auf Interview-Mode. Warte, ich muss erstmal die Aufnahme hier beenden. Klick. Der ganze TINF kommt auch noch auf YouTube. Ich habe jetzt... bei den Q&As habe ich am Ende, ich habe dann die Mikrofoneinstellung ein bisschen geändert. Ne? Ich glaube, dass zum Schluss war das Echo dann weg. Es lag so ein bisschen an meinem Noise Gate, das war zu niedrig eingestellt. Sorry dafür, aber ist wie es ist. Leute, ne? Nächstes Mal wieder besser, wieder was mitgenommen. So, ich werde jetzt mal ganz kurz hier aus dem Discord rausgehen. Die Kamera wird kurz weg sein. Genau. So, dann machen wir das hier auch. So. Just chatting. Okay, dann machen wir das mal hier. Ich bin gleich wieder bei euch, Leute. Muss alles. So, okay. Da bin ich wieder. Genau. Und ich gehe jetzt mal, Aufnahme nicht vergessen, habe ich gemacht. Auch schön. Stream bleibt an, Leute. Ne? Also nicht wegrennen. Ich gehe nur kurz ums Eck. Ich muss kurz mich mal verrückt machen, was essen holen und was zu trinken holen. Und dann machen wir weiter in Satisfactory Experimental. Spielen da nochmal eine Runde, ganz entfüllt, reden so ein bisschen über das Interview. Ne? Reden noch mal ein bisschen über die Fragen, über das, was mir jetzt hier gefallen hat und so weiter. Mach's gut, Yoshi, rein. Aber geht gleich weiter. So. Ich gehe mal kurz in Be Right Back, Leute. Und jetzt bis gleich. Auch hier grüne Stäbe. Guckt euch die grünen Stäbe an. Ich fahre nochmal zur nuklearen Pastor, wenn ihr alle Pastor zum nuklearen Pastor. Sind ein eingespieltes Team. Nano und Smith sind ein eingespieltes Team. Und wenn du schon so rangehst, Pferd, wir haben keine Chance. Ich weiß nicht, ob du jemals Volleyball-Animes geguckt hast. Aber da würde dir jetzt der Trainer sagen, das Spiel ist erst verloren, wenn in der letzten Minute der Ball irgendwie auf dem Boden ist. Wie kann man denn so schon so aufgeben? Ja? Also du kommst nicht durchs Leben, Pferd. So kommst du nicht durchs Leben. Immer bis zur letzten Sekunde Vollgas, Kollege. Scheiß Mann mit Färbs, mit dem spiel die Nummer. hier, Leute. Da bin ich wieder. So. Hört ihr mich? Ja, ne? Ihr hört mich. Okay, Mucke ist ein bisschen laut, machen wir ein bisschen leiser. So, dann machen wir mal wieder andere Mucke an. Heute ist, ist bester Sonnenfall bei 28 Grad. Es ist einfach übelst heiß hier. Ich muss jetzt hier mal wieder alles anmachen, weil sonst macht mein Rechner hier gleich wieder die Hacken hoch. So. Ganz kurz hier was testen. Ich jetzt die Sounds an hier. Dragonex, danke dir für den Sub. Ich bin gerade am gucken, ob ich das hier irgendwie kurz anmachen kann. Sekunde. Ich will nur kurz gucken, ob die Updates, ob das Ding wieder geben. Perfekt, geht wieder alles. So. Gibt das einen neuen Update, neue Spawn-Punkte? Ja, das gibt's sowieso, ne? Die haben die ganzen Spawn-Punkte überarbeitet. Was hat er denn für einen Rechner, als er da den schönen Preis? Ryzen 5900X und eine 3080 Ti. Und die, gerade in so einem Room hier bei 28 Grad, ballern halt bei mir gerade, ne? Das ist halt das Problem. So, ein Link ist nur Copy and Paste. Okay, danke für diese tollen Streams. Bitteschön, Dragonex. So. Jetzt muss ich hier nochmal die Pumpen anwerfen. Im Hintergrund. Achso, ja. Danke. Hey Frankie. Ja Leute, wie fandet ihr es? Ich fand, er war sehr offen. War das laut? So. Der Non-Chef hat wieder simultan übersetzt, ne? Habe ich gesehen. Richtig gut. Ja, das sind an doch. Wahnsinn. Wird doch gerade getestet, Winch. Augen auf, Kollege. Sehr informativ, du hast das super gemacht. Danke dir, Bummelbart. Die Uhren, das ist von Divum. Aber das mit der blauen Baumpest, da muss ich nochmal meckern. Eine blaue Baumpest. Ach so, okay. Ja. Das sind keine Alerts, das sind die Sounds. Oh, warte mal. Okay. So, Leute. Haben wir hier alles? Ja, ich weiß ja, wo wir hin wollten, ne? Irgendwas hat doch gefehlt hier, ne? Ah ja. Genau, die Dinge. Ja, genau. Richtig offen und transparent. Und das ist mir auch super wichtig. Weil es war halt auch ein Spagat, ne? Ich wollte ihn halt auch damit konfrontieren, dass das Update 6 auch nicht bei manchen auch nicht so gut ankam. Ne? Und, aber ist da er. Ja, Dragonex, mache ich dann. Ne? Danke nochmal fürs Hinweisen, aber nach dem Stream dann, ne? Ende des Tages, ne? Ich will die halt aber auch nicht zu. So, ihr Mist, ihr seid scheiße, weil. Ne? Das bringt dann auch nichts. Am Ende des Tages ist das Game Early Access. Wir haben hier gar kein Recht. Ne? Irgendwas. Von daher ist alles, was sie uns da teilen, durchaus andere Sache. Danke, Pöcker. Kannst du denn noch eine kleine Kurzfassung in Deutsch machen? Alter Schwede, ich habe 2 Stunden Interview geführt. Und das alles auf Deutsch. Da muss ich ja den ganzen Shit durchgucken. Das kannst du gerne machen, Ares, ey. Das ist schwierig, ey. Also, es kann gerne einer mal probieren. Aber es ist, eine Menge Arbeit, Leute. Macht euch da bitte gar keine Gedanken. Ne? Es ist übelst viel. Wenn das einer übernehmen möchte, be my guest so.
Oni-chan?
Ja. Naja, also das, was Ares schreibt, ist schon sinnvoll. Manche können kein Englisch. Und die Übersetzung von Non-Chef vielleicht wahnsinnig im Stream, ne? Hey, Steve. Moin Martok, jo. Tief, genau. Ja, sind sie auf jeden Fall, ne? Darf man nicht vergessen. Ich werde nachher mit ihm auch nochmal kurz schreiben. Lager muss man neu leveln? Nö, kannst aber hier zack weg. Oh, dann stellst du die wieder auf. Ja, kein Problem. Aber so, um es mal abzuschließen, Ares, ne? Halt übelst aufwendig. Da muss ich einfach. Das ist ähnlich wie die Jungs von Poppy Stain. Die haben beschränkte Ressourcen, die müssen sie teilen. Und dann passiert manchmal was und manchmal nicht, ne? Ja, dachte ich mir, Ares. Ist auch okay. Aber bitte verstehe auch, dass das halt ein Riesenaufwand ist. Wenn jetzt 90% der Community kein Englisch könnten, ne? Okay. Aber so ist es schwierig für mich da. Das ist halt irgendwie gefühlt 12 Stunden Arbeit. Es ist echt, ist so, ne? Du musst dir das Interview angucken, stoppen. Dann musst du na gut, du musst es halt zusammenschreiben. Also wenn du die Untertitel machen willst, dann musst du halt stoppen, Untertitel schreiben, wieder eine Sekunde. Da brauchst du für 1 Minute Interview 30 Minuten Zeit gebraucht. Wie kann das denn passieren, Marco? Buddy, neue Dono, 15 Euro. Ich danke dir, mein Lieber. Thank you so much. Paddy, ihr wart aber auch schon mal beim Interview dabei, ihr beiden, oder? Oder du vor allem, am Netz. was ich dazu geschrieben habe, bitte. Wollte immer Text für Speedrun machen. Nonchalant, das muss man ins Trello, dass ich das nicht vergesse. Also. Ein Zehner für dich, für deinen Einsatz und den Fünfer bitte Ivi an den lieben Non-Chef weitergeben für die guten Übersetzungen. War sehr informativ und für dich. Danke für euren Einsatz. Alles klar, mache ich. Der Chat war nicht im Stream eingeblendet. Dafür habe ich halt diese Nachrichten eingeblendet, ne? Moin Husey, danke für den Follow. Jo, 100%ig hat's noch. Das wird er sich aufschreiben als Arbeit. 100%ig. Nicht der Speedrun, Non-Chef ins Trello. Text to Speech für die Dono. Was wir die anmachen oder ich. Gebe ich dir recht. Aber so hatten wir das letzte Mal, Dragonex, ja? Und dann hast du halt das schöne, saubere Interview und in der Mitte kommt dann irgendeiner, ficken, blöd, Kiwi, ne? Also, habe ich keinen Bock drauf. Soll halt schön clean bleiben. Gerne Demo. Hey Ramos, moin. Ja, das haben wir alle schon mal so anders probiert und das hat nicht so gut geklappt. Oder zumindest fand ich es nicht so gut. Und deswegen machen wir das jetzt so. Oh, Living Aimbot, danke dir für dein Prime. Dankeschön. Und danke für den Follow. Herzlichen Dank, ihr beiden. Import, warte mal, wo ist denn die Export? TT Bauzug? Nee. Wo ist denn das? Kohle Export 660. Also nicht nur Non-Chefs Nachrichten einblenden. Oh, ey, Dragonex. Also jetzt geht sowieso nicht mehr. Gar nicht so neu Demo. Ich spiele schon eine längere Zeit alleine. Aber wir jetzt eigentlich nur noch eine Fabrik bauen müssen. Aber wenn die fertig ist, dann öffne ich die Map hier zum Verkleiden und Design. Stehst du denn immer um 8:30 Uhr oder wie ist das? Dentor, danke dir auch für dein Follow. Hey Knuck, danke für Prime, 10 Monate Support, herzlichen Dank. Was, Kim? Hast du gut durchgehalten, 2 Stunden, ne? Danke dir fürs Reinschauen. Dann hol ich den. Ja, ich weiß, während eines Games Done Quick habe ich Merch. Gucke ich mir jedes Jahr an. Außerdem ist das Summer Games Done Quick und ich habe mir gestern Mega Man angeguckt. Ich liebe es. Also ich liebe Speedrunning und diese Games Done Quick und Summer Games Done Quick. Und ich werde auch noch zu einer Games Done Quick fliegen. Ich sag's, wie es ist, Leute. Mir schon einiges mega sympathisch, du bist. Oh, deswegen eben, danke dir für diese lieben Worte. Ich kenne dich zwar nicht, aber du bist bestimmt auch super sympathisch. Also Dankeschön für diese netten Worte. Ja, schlafe über 20 Stunden. Gestern um 23 Uhr ins Bett. Alter Schwede, 20 Stunden schlafen ist übel. Nix, ne? Tipp Paddy, genauso soll es sein. Die ne, Leute, denkt man, diese Q&A-Seite. Muss halt sein. Haut's da hin. Haut es darauf. Das findet man so toll an Q. An Speedruns. Ich finde einfach geil, wie die Leute halt einfach ihre, also diese Games breaken. Oder Mega Man, ne? Also so Spiele, die ich früher gespielt habe. Mega Man 2 vor allem. Wie schnell, der spielt das in 35 Minuten durch. Ich habe das damals in 2 Jahren nicht durchgespielt. Der Fuchs hier, moin. Ja, aber auch zum Beispiel das mit der Anzeige. Vielleicht haben wir auch heute wieder was, ein geiles neues Feature reingebracht ins Game mit der Anzeige hier, wie lange so ein Zug fährt. Ja? Vertigo! Also 5 Minuten. Wie lief das Interview? Ich fand super. Ich fand es super. Aber das kann ja der Chat besser beantworten. Uber! Danke für 3 Monate Support. Dankeschön für deinen Prime, mein Lieber. Dankeschön. Das ist alkoholfrei, tatsächlich. Vom Radl alkoholfrei. On Stream trinke ich keinen Alkohol. Mhm. Das ist, manchmal gucken nämlich auch Minderjährige zu und ne, Vorbildfunktion und so, Leute. Obwohl der Stream ab 18 ist, kann ich das halt nicht kontrollieren und dann möchte ich halt einfach das so machen. So. Ich denke wirklich mit der Natur bauen. Die blöden Titanbäume, ne? Ey, einmal wegspringen, den Shit, wenn es an mir geht. Aber dann, ich meine, ich habe mir ja selber eine Falle gestellt, ne? Ich habe dann ja gesagt, das würde dann das Biom, also diese Distinctiveness vom Biom, also das, was das Biom ausmacht, würde das dann quasi zerstören. Ja. Aber da habe ich halt auch recht. Trotzdem nerven mich die Dinger, ne? So, wie mache ich das denn jetzt? Was wollte ich hier eigentlich bauen? Ich glaube Dings, ne? Baseparts. Das. Ach so, okay. Genau, also Patronen haben eine Zeit lang, wie lange sie brauchen. Ne? Ja, das stimmt, Rico, kann halt sein. Wo bin ich? Wer bin ich? Was mache ich hier? Ja, Leute. So, Space Parts. Das hier, das Ding muss hier hin. Genau, 600 und 1200. Das haben wir hier. Frage ist, wie ich das hier mache. Also hier wollte ich es bauen. Oh, was muss ich denn alles herkarren? Also eigentlich mache ich das über Drohnen, denke ich. Ja. Genau, richtig, Kussilada. Das tue ich. Die Anlieferungen wären recht easy. Okay, wie machen wir das denn hier? Einfach nur ein Baubahnhof, ne? Diese Bäume, Mann. Ich will fast am liebsten selber hier Nobelisten. Ach, ich hab hier nichts. Ich müsste die... Ich brauche Nobelisten eigentlich. Schwierig. Ich habe mich übrigens bei Elgato beworben als Partner. Deswegen heute auch das Cap. Ich hoffe ja, sie nehmen mich. Ich weiß es aber nicht. Normalerweise erzähle ich euch sowas immer nicht, weil wenn ich dann nicht genommen werde, ist es nicht so schlimm. Aber ja, ist wie es ist.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact. Harvest it.
Wegen der Foliage, ne?
Relaying message. Hello, this is Paternal Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Ist hier eigentlich hier Schwefel, da ist Öl und Kohle. Ich muss jetzt mal so ein paar Nobelisten craften. Irgendwie. Cool Runnings. Was jetzt zeitig voreinbringen wollen und wenn DLC weitergearbeitet wird, dass ich jetzt hier eine neue Welt zum Beispiel alles dazu. Als DLC eine neue Welt sehe ich auch, muss ich sagen. Aber ja, ich finde, wir sind halt auch noch sehr unentschlossen, ne? Weil die halt so agil arbeiten. Egal, Elgato ist die Software, die du für deinen PC-Setup, unter anderem, ja. Ich habe so eine Elgato 4K60 drin, ich habe Elgato Keylights, ich habe Elgato 2 Stream Decks. Ja. Bin jetzt 200 Stunden mittlerweile die vierte oder irgendwas fast. Oh, neue Map, bestimmt 8 oder 9. Aber mit SNUTT war einfach ganz geil, ne? Ich fand den auch sehr chillig. Er hat auch sich teilweise bei Fragen, ne, es ist halt ein Unterschied. Wenn du dir eine Frage stellst, dann kommt, ja, nee, keine Ahnung, QA-Side. Ne? Oder der holt richtig aus. Erzählt dir da von internen Prozessen, wie das läuft. Wie das zum Beispiel mit dem Overclocking war, ne? So weiter. Für mich nice. Ich mache das auch gerne mit ihm. Mit Jace und er sind halt, wenn du die beiden zusammen hast. Ja, das ist dann noch ein bisschen lockerer, weil die sich halt auch die Bälle gut spielen. Ne? Im Endeffekt muss man ja auch sagen, ich bin Fremder für den. Ganz klar. Ich mache zwar jetzt schon das 3. Mal das Interview mit ihm, aber ich sag mal, die deutsche Community und die englische zum Beispiel, das ist ein Unterschied wie Tag und Nacht. Ja, die Fragenqualität war teilweise, ja, war gut. Und ich habe ja auch bestimmt 20, 30 Fragen gelöscht, weil die halt auch einfach entweder doppelt waren oder schon längst bekannt, die Antworten. Ne? Was ich schon vorhin im Discord geschrieben habe. Ne? Der Standard ist halt immer, Wann kommt, oder was machen die Summer Sloops? Wann kann ich das benutzen? Ist es geplant, die 3 Miner mit dem zweiten Ausgang? Gibt's Mark 6 Bänder? Gibt's Mark 5 Pipes? Nein. Ne? Es ist so. Aber ich verstehe, dass natürlich dann irgendwann neue Spieler da auf den Trichter kommen und dann natürlich diese Fragen haben. Und ja, die googeln dann halt nicht. Ne? Ich meine, es steht auch nicht bei Google, die müssen halt auch sich die Dev-Streams angucken und so weiter, aber macht ja auch keiner. Aber zumindest nicht die neuen Player, ne? Aber ich fand's sehr gelungen. Hat auch Spaß gemacht. Ach, Paddy, ich sehe gerade. The Mad. Willkommen. Danke für das. Zitiere mich mal selbst mit rein, sonst kannst du abschätzen, wie oft du schon dann. Ich hatte schon geantwortet. Ich habe so 7 bis 8 Mal habe ich angefangen. Eine neue Map. Und ich bin bei 2800 Stunden jetzt. Darfst du auch keinem erzählen, ey. Moin Bronco, mein Bester. Hi, hi. Darfst du keinem erzählen. Darfst du keinem erzählen. Okay. Ihr merkt schon, ne? Der Zug fährt eine Stunde, bis ich von einem Ende der Map zum nächsten komme. Übrigens ist der Slowdown. Und den kann man halt auch ein bisschen finden. Gerade auf WC. Ja. Na, Kollege, da kann ich nichts zu. Weil eine geile Spielzeit. Und nochmal, Leute. In diesem Spiel kommt es nicht auf die Spielzeit an. Nicht. Ja, zum einen gibt es hier Leute, die lassen eine Fabrik einfach mal 4 Wochen laufen, ne? Und zum anderen heißt 2800 Stunden Spielzeit einfach nur, dass ich kein Leben habe, ne, so gefühlt. Das heißt, da gibt es auch welche, die das Spiel vielleicht in 200 Stunden viel intensiver spielen als ich. Ne? Spielzeit ist hier kein Quanzvergleich. Mal dran denken, Leute. So, wenn einer viel Spielzeit hat, heißt es noch lange nicht, dass er das Spiel gut kann. Ja. Ah, so 2800 Stunden. Ja, ich weiß. Das ist im Prinzip ein Augenzwinkern in der Facebook-Gruppe. Aber ja. Erfahrung, ich meine, also jetzt mal, wenn man jetzt meinen Fall mal konkret nimmt, na klar habe ich das. Aber ich beschäftige mich auch auf einer anderen Ebene mit diesem Spiel. Ich produziere ja Content um das Spiel. Auch um andere Spiele übrigens. Seid herzlich eingeladen, auch das mal anzugucken. Aber in erster Linie natürlich über Satisfactory. Na klar, wenn man sich damit beschäftigt, unweigerlich wird man darin gut. Ne, deswegen die Fragen, die jetzt heute kamen, wie gesagt, die Hälfte der Antworten kannte ich. Aber das liegt daran, dass ich halt alles um dieses Spiel sehr genau verfolge. Und da ist es unweigerlich dann so, dass ich dann die Antworten kenne. Aber ich kann ja nicht annehmen, ich kann nicht von mir auf andere schließen. Ich kann jetzt einfach nicht sagen, okay, nur weil ich das alles weiß, ne, dann Kai-Uwe, der weiß das vielleicht nicht, weil der das Spiel seit 3 Stunden hat. Deswegen ist das halt wichtig, dass man da immer differenziert drauf guckt und nicht halt immer diesen Hallo Leute. Ich weiß hier Bescheid, ne, sondern so ist es nicht. Da musst du halt Autopilot aufschneiden. Ah, sehr gut, Roman. Genau, akkurat, kostet Zeit und Erfahrung die Stunden. Bei mir ist gerade ein mächtiger Sturm. Ja, bei uns erst morgen. Ach, guck dir mal an, grüne Schnäbel, oder? Wollen wir mal kurz den 100er-Track machen? Wir machen den 100er-Track. Wir waren nämlich lange hier nicht. Machen wir mal den 100er-Track. 100. Wasser? Ist das Problem? Ah, ja, okay. Sollte aber nicht. 8, 9. Ja, okay. Das ist eigentlich bei 100. Das muss ich nur wieder finden. Er lief eine lange Zeit unter. Ja, jetzt ist bei 100. Okay, 100er Check. 100. 100. 100. Und hier werden die Batterien langsam voll. Das ist Singleplayer, Scooby-Doo's Singleplayer. Also es war mal Multiplayer und jetzt ist es wieder Singleplayer. Moin Hohenkobold. So, und ich brauche jetzt ein paar Nobelisten. Einfach, es geht nicht anders. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie viel ich davon überhaupt per Hand craften kann. Wahrscheinlich gar nicht so viel. Auf Schwarzpulver und Schwarzpulver brauche ich Pulver und Schwefel. Vielleicht baue ich hier nochmal so eine kleine Fabrik mit ran. Mal sehen. So auf ganz smart und sparsam. Das ist natürlich auch nicht viel. Habe ich jetzt hier 780 laufen? Ja, ne? Ja. Oder? Das ist mein... Überdrehen nicht, oder? Doch. Ich glaube schon. Werden wir sehen, Paddy. Learning by the doing. 600. Und das hier Mark 3, okay. Hi Mars! Du bist ein bisschen spät, das Interview hast du leider verpasst. Ja, 780. Oh, Doglo! Danke dir für Stufe 1 Sub. Danke für deinen Support. Viel Spaß weiterhin hier in dem Stream. Danke Tobi, perfekt. Wie würdest du 1500 Schrauben mit Mark IV Förderbandern abtransportieren? Gar nicht. Die Schrauben anzünden. Wenn du 1500 Schrauben baust, dann hast du den Pain verdient. Also wer überhaupt Rezepte mit Schrauben nimmt, der hat sein Leben nicht mehr im Griff. Reingehauen. Es wird heute gebaut Space Parts. 1500 Schrauben. Ich bin mir sehr sicher, Hohenkobold. Du hast auch eine andere Möglichkeit. Du kannst mir mal, sag mir mal dein Endprodukt. Was willst du bauen? Und wie viel davon? Schreib es mal in den Chat. Schau es mal an. Schauen wir uns mal an. Naja, verstärkter Rahmen mit Stahlschrauben ist doch gut. Naja. Guck mal. Verstärkter Rahmen mit Stahlschrauben. So, ne? Was willst du bauen? Verstärkter Rahmen. Diesen verschraubten Rahmen, ne? Brauchst 140 Stahlschrauben pro Minute. Also was du da machen kannst. 30 Motoren die Minute. Motoren habe ich nur eine Antwort für dich. Stahlrotor. Stahlrotor. Und ich sag dir auch warum. Ich kann es dir sogar zeigen. Look at me. Pass mal auf. Du willst wahrscheinlich für 30 die Motoren willst ja irgendwo weiter produzieren, ne? Entweder willst du da modulare Motoren mit Gummi draus machen und intelligente Beschichtungen, oder du willst einfach Motoren haben. Und jetzt look at me. Du brauchst hier folgende Rezept. Du holst dir den soliden Stahlbarren. Ja? 30 Eisenbahn, 30 Kohle, gibt dir 45 Eisenbahn, 40 Kohle, gibt dir 60 Stahlbarren. Gönnst du dir. Ja? Holst du dir. Dann Aus diesen Stahlbarren machst du hier unendlich Rohre, Stahlrohre. Aus dem Rest von Eisen, also du kannst es mit Eisen machen oder, also du brauchst mindestens Eisen und Kohle, kannst aber auch Eisen, Kohle, Kupfer nehmen. Ich gehe jetzt davon aus, dass du nur Eisen hast. Aus dem Eisen machst du hier Draht, mit Eisendraht, ne? Und zwar auch ein paar. Ne? So, das heißt, du hast jetzt als Endprodukt Draht und Stahlrohr. Alright? Dann nimmst du den Stahlrotor, der braucht Stahlrohre und Draht und macht 5 Rotoren die Minute. Alright? Auf der anderen Seite siehst du Stator, der braucht Stahlrohre und Draht und macht 5 Statoren pro Minute. Das heißt, die Ratio ist exaktement gleich. Die brauchen hier ein bisschen, der braucht hier ein bisschen mehr Draht, ne? Der braucht 30, der andere braucht 40, der braucht hier ein paar mehr Stahlrohre, ne? Aber am Ende des Tages brauchst du die gleiche Anzahl an Fabrikatoren. Ne? So, ich habe jetzt hier wie viel? 3, ich habe jetzt hier 6 von den Dingern, ne? 6 mal 5, ich mache 30 Statoren und ich mache 30 Rotoren. Und dann gehen die Rotoren und Statoren hier rein, zack, zack, und ich habe 15 von denen. Das heißt, am Ende brauchst du das Ding, was ich hier gebaut habe, nur mal 2. Richtig easy. Tunkstahl geht auch, ist aber, da haust du sogar noch ein paar mehr Barren raus, brauchst aber halt Öl. Und wenn du nur Kohle und Eisen hast, du kannst auch Öl und Eisen nehmen, ne? Oh. Und jetzt mal hier unser Schraubenmensch. Wo ist er? Wo hab ich's? Traktor. So, Traktor. Fast alles aus Stahl und musst nur noch Dings. Ich nehme an, du willst die verstärkten, diesen verschraubten Rahmen. Den willst du für deine schweren Rahmen machen, ne? Für die schweren modularen Rahmen. Deswegen willst du die verschraubten Rahmen. Weil du so irgendwie weiter schieben willst. Da, look at me. Dafür brauchst du Folgendes. Warum brauchen wir das hier? Nee. Aber hier haben wir jetzt hier das ganze, du nimmst Stahl. Bin ich bei dir? Stahl ist die Grundlage. Du nimmst Stahl. Stahlbarren. Du machst wie immer Stahlrohre draus. Hier oben. Wieder unendlich Stahlrohre. Aber hier, 2 Ebenen habe ich da. Für Stahl brauchst du ja so oder so Eisen. Was Tschuki sagt, geht auch, aber dazu komme ich gleich. Du hast die Stahlbarren, brauchst du Eisen und hast Kohle. So. Aus dem Eisen machst du gleich nochmal Eisenplatten und aus diesen Eisenplatten machst du mit dem Draht, den du hier hast, ne, machst du, oder machst Eisendraht und machst dann hier die verstärkten Eisenplatten. Und dann hast du Folgendes. Du hast verstärkte Eisenplatten, Stahlrohre und dann brauchst du noch Beton. Diese 3 Sachen brauchst du. Du brauchst Beton, Stahlrohre und versteckte Eisenplatten. Du kannst die verstärkten Eisenplatten auch mit Gummi und Plastik machen, wenn du Koks-Stahlbarren nimmst und sowas. Geht auch. Aber wir bleiben jetzt mal bei den wenigsten Produkten. Also du hast Eisen, aus Eisen und Kohle machst du Stahl, aus Stahl machst du die Stahlrohre, aus dem Eisen machst du nochmal Eisendraht und weiterhin aus dem Eisen machst du noch verstärkte Eisenplatten. Ja? Auch alles nur mit Eisen. Du brauchst echt nur 2 Sachen bis jetzt. Ne? Und auch Beton. Also am Ende brauchst du exakt 3 Ingredienzien. Beton, Eisen, Kohle. Dann Schrauben zu bauen, ja, Kilvin. Ne? Also, und dann nimmst du die versteckte Eisenplatte mit den Stahlrohren. Ne? Hier werden die Stahlrohre das erste Mal benutzt und machst den modularen Rahmen. Das heißt, du machst den Stahlrahmen. Ja, 3 die Minute ist fein. Dann gehst du weiter, nimmst die Stahlrohre mit dem Beton und machst die Stahlbetonträger daraus. Also, merkst, baut alles aufeinander auf. Und aus dem Shit nimmst du den Beton, den hast du ja, die Stahlrohre, aus den beiden machst du den Stahlbetonträger. Das heißt, du hast die sowieso, die Dinger hier, ne? Aus denen, weil das sind die beiden Ingredienzien für den Stahlbetonträger und dann brauchst du nur noch modulare Rahmen. Und da nimmst du natürlich doch, ne, wenn du diese 3 Sachen, wenn du die schon hast, dann fehlt ja nur noch der modulare Rahmen. Und jetzt hast du die Wahl. Du kannst den mit Schrauben machen oder mit den Stahlrohren, du siehst es, alternatives Rezept 1, dann nimmst du doch natürlich das mit den Stahlrohren, weil die hast du ja eh schon. Du brauchst nur noch die verstärkte Eisenplatte und die machst du komplett aus Eisen. Und deswegen, dann machst du den schweren ummantelten Rahmen und hast halt echt eine richtig clear, so eine richtig klare, clear Production. Lean und clean, nenne ich es mal. Also, welche Rezepte brauchst du? Du brauchst den schweren ummantelten Rahmen. Das ist einfach das beste schwere Mod-Rezept per se. Immer. Ist keine Alternative. Gibt noch jemand mit Gummi, aber komm, hör auf. Schwere ummantelten Rahmen, das Ding. Stahl-Beton-Träger. Normalerweise machst du die mit Stahlträgern. Wir suchen aber das Rohr. So. Den Stahlrahmen. Ja, und das war's. Und am besten hier noch die, was nennt sich, genietete Eisenplatte, ne? Das ist es. Ja, du musst natürlich ordentlich Rezepte für haben. Ist so. Aber ansonsten, so. Oder, und jetzt kommen wir mal zu Tzegusos Vorschlag. Das geht auch. Aber das ist auch der einzige Weg, den ich da wählen würde. Warum? Viel Material von. Ja, okay. Das kann natürlich auch sein. Wir gehen jetzt noch mal kurz gucken zu Tzegusos Input. Oh Gott, lass es kein Wasser sein. Bitte nicht Wasser, bitte nicht Wasser. Ah, es ist Wasser. Ich wusste es. Jedes fucking Mal. Warum seid ihr so? Und wenn kein Wasser ist, dann gibt es keine Kupferware. Dabei ist das Ding hier rappelvoll. Gibt es noch ein gutes Rezept für Plastik? Ja, aber wie gesagt, du musst überlegen, was du als Ressourcen reinführen willst. Wenn du das mit der Eisenplatte machst, also mit Öl, ne, dann verändert sich das gesamte Ding. Weil wenn ich dann Öl reinpacke, dann will ich aber auch was rausnehmen. Und dann nehme ich die Kohle raus. Das bedeutet, ich mache aus Öl Plastik und ich mache aus Öl Gummi. Ja, und dann kannst du, und ich mache aus Öl hier Petrolkoks. Und dann ist der ganze Aufbau unten drin. Ne? Quadrat. Der kam aus dem Eisendrahtrezept. Wenn du aber, wir gehen das gleich nochmal durch. Wir gehen das gleich nochmal durch. So. Wir gehen jetzt wir gehen noch einmal kurz die Tzeguso-Geschichte durch. Stahlschraube macht 260. Die brauchen. Achso. Wie wolltest du da machen? Verschraubter Rahmen. Auf 140. Ja. So, und dann musst du das auf 140 packen. Das sind dann 43, irgendwas und brauchst halt einfach nur so. Das finde ich dann. Das ist der Kacke. Okay. Danke für den Follow Marathon bekommen, hey. Okay, gut, Vektor, dann ohne Öl, ne? Aber, was Tzeguso halt schreibt, ne? Tzeguso sagt dir, pass auf. Also ich sag mal so, am Anfang sind Schrauben durchaus okay, bis du irgendwann die weglassen kannst, ne? Du kannst Gussschraube oder Stahlschraube. Beides ist Gussschraube, würde ich am Anfang auch für einen Eisentower nutzen, ne? Ist halt, sparst du dir halt einen Produktionsschritt. Aber, Stahlschrauben. Und das Problem bei den Stahlschrauben ist, das ist das gleiche Problem, wie du bei Draht hast, wie du bei Deuteriumdraht hast, wie du bei Schrauben hast, wie du bei Aluminiumschrott hast. Du hast halt einfach einen riesen Durchsatz. Wie viel kannst du denn von denen auf den Band legen, wenn du Schrauben noch brauchst und irgendwelche Murdrahmen baust? Da hast du noch nicht mal Mark 5 Bänder. Ja, und das, siehst du, irgendeiner hat doch gesagt, Mark 4, ne? So. Das heißt, 480 kannst du produzieren. Du kannst noch nicht mal 2 Konstruktoren Stahlschrauben bedienen damit. Das ist das, was, wo jetzt Tzeguso ins Spiel kommt, mit seinem Vorschlag. Du darfst auf gar keinen Fall das hier so machen. Ja, hier okay, hier sind die Schrauben. Ja, die kommen hier raus, dann kommen die aufs Band. Ja, dann mache ich hier nochmal Schrauben. Dann kommen die hier aufs Band. Ne? Und dann ja, hier so leider. Ne? Und so. Und dann das hier zum Beispiel. 260, 260 sind 520. Genau, so. Wenn ich das so mache, da ist ein Mark 5 Band voll. Und mit 3 Konstruktoren. Und voll, ne? Das heißt mit Rundungsdifferenzen, das habt ihr ja vorhin im Interview gehört. Das heißt, das willst du ja verhindern. Du willst deinen Mark 5 Band nicht ausreizen. Solltest du nicht. Ne? Und deswegen kommt jetzt der Vorschlag von Seguso und der ist alright. Du nimmst so ein Ding, taktest das runter auf 140 und stellst dann hier so ein Assembler hier hin, oder was? Ja, was haben wir hier? Einmal die verschraubte Eisenplatte kannst du zum Beispiel machen, ne? Das ist zum Beispiel geil. Da kannst du das einmal so machen. Da kommen hier 260 raus, das machst du auf 250 runter. Aber mir gefällt das hier nicht. Mir gefällt das einfach nicht. Diese komischen Kommazahlen auf vierfach dahinter. Ich meine, ich habe sie ja auch, aber ich versuche ja immer gerade Sachen rauszukriegen. Dann machst du hier 15 von denen pro Minute. Was gut ist, ne? Weil die verschraubte Eisenplatte hat echt den höchsten Durchsatz. Ne? Wenn ich jetzt hier oben gucke. Hey Julian. Der macht nur 5,6. Die genietete, ne? Braucht aber halt auch viel weniger. Allein schon, überleg dir. Überleg dir mal, der braucht, ich glaube, 90 Eisenplatten. Alter. Hä? Julian auf Stufe 3? Danke, du Verrückter. Danke dir, danke dir, danke dir. Es ist wirklich mit einem Standard für Konstruktoren für verschraubte Platten zu nutzen. 4? Nee. 4 auf keinen Fall. Die verschraubten Platten brauchen ja, ist ja 250. Mit einem kannst du 260 machen. Hey Pumuckel. Gutes Ehre. So sieht's aus. Ey! Also so wird es doch gehen, aber ich finde das halt auch, überall wo Schrauben drin ist, finde ich anstrengend. Einfach nur anstrengend. So. Auf was denn? Oh, Unwetter. Hier haben wir das, da haben wir das. Da macht es Sinn, dass wir das hier so bauen. Danke für den Volluniversum. Willkommen. Hey. Jetzt habe ich hier den Wasserdurchfluss erhöht. Jetzt haben die hier auch alle wieder Wasser. Ach, dein Stream. Ah, das ist sehr lieb. Dankeschön. Martini LP, willkommen. Jetzt wird das hier auch alles schön transportiert. Immer noch. Müssen wir mal sehen, ob das nicht irgendwann stehen bleibt. So sieht's aus, Padinski. Ich habe keine Angst vor Raum, aber die sind halt einfach Pain. Steht ihr daran nicht? So. Plattformen gehen doch noch. Da gibt es Schlimmeres. Frage mich was, ehrlich. So, so. Motoren. Ach, Motoren sind das also wirklich sehr angenehm zu bauen. Fand ich auch geil, ne? Mit dem Färben von dem hier, was er da gesagt hat. Ups, vergessen. Keine grünen Stäbe, Soldian. Ich hoffe, du nimmst... Das verstehe wieder nicht. Warum denn nicht? Stahlrotor regelt alles weg. Kelvin nachgerechnet. Zegoso, du baust ganz anders. Wie baust du denn anders? Die Motoren, ne? Aber da, ich habe 3 Motoren hier, 15 Stück. Überall Stahlrotoren, ne? Läuft alles 100%. Rotoren 100%, die hier 100%. So sieht's aus, Polska. Mega Base mit Bussystem, ja, okay, ja. Bussystem finde ich eh immer mutig bei dir jetzt inzwischen, ne? Aber du kriegst es irgendwie hin, ne? Das ist schon bemerkenswert. Soll denn da sein, was im Argen? Kann ich dir jetzt schon sagen. Adi. Okay. Daran bekommen wir gleich mal Produktion umbauen. Na, nice, Frankie. Viel Spaß. Sonntag, hey. Hast du Hallo gesagt? Tschuki Besuch heute was Neues Interessantes erzählt. Oh, viel. Yes. Ja, Follower. Zweimal. Ja, ein Tag, ne? Das ist manchmal so, wenn hier viel los ist. Weißt du ja. Nach den Spaceparts ein Neustart. Denke. Thema von unserem Steam Deck und später auf Satis. Ich habe mein Steam Deck noch nicht bekommen. Leider. Will ich mir auch noch mal kurz im Mam hier den ganzen anderen direkt erfrochen. Das Gewebekram mal machen. Das ist halt auch so doof hier, ne? Das habe ich schon alles davor. Meine Masterklasse ist noch aktuell bis auf Great Gear. Aber Great Gear ist nicht erforderlich, um das Spiel abzuschließen. Was als Steam Deck? Steam Deck ist die Konsole von Steam. Sieht so aus hier. Da ist halt das Steam OS drauf. Da kannst du all deine, nicht alle, aber ausgewählte Steam-Titel spielen. ist ja nicht so geil. Nordchef, hast du jetzt eigentlich richtig gute Verbindung? Rauchwaches Pulver. Das wird in der Raffinerie gemacht. Ne? Ja. Okay. Hey, King Tony, moin moin. Okay. Den zusätzlichen Kilometer. Okay, WFL. Entwicklung der nuklearen Abschreckung. Turbogewehrmunition. Explosionsstachel, die sind echt gut. Und der Nobelist. Pulle. Der Codex hier. N, A, M, A, C, weiß ich nicht mehr. Ah, danke. Was denn für eine Pulle? So, wache Pulver meinst du vielleicht? Ja, das braucht jetzt für die neuen Viecher hier. Moin, Tunnel. Explosionsresonanzanwendung. Okay. Dann eigentlich noch mehr von denen? Ja, ist gut, das ist alles in Update 6 neu gekommen. Guso. Ich bin auch immer also ja, ich gebe dir recht, aber ich bin immer vorsichtig mit dem Haten, ne? Das ist halt auch ein Team aus der deutschen Satisfactory Community, die die Übersetzung macht. Da geht wohl auch sehr viel Gehirnschmalz rein und ja, ich weiß es nicht. Was soll ich sagen? Also Splitter-Nobelisk und die beiden. Die würde ich noch gern haben. Der ist mir völlig egal. Ey! Der ist auch beschissen. Steht. Ja, nee, ja, haten war vielleicht ein bisschen zu stark, aber einmal so kritisieren, ne? Wie hättest du es denn übersetzt? Rauchloses Pulver? So hätte ich es jetzt übersetzt. Ne? Nee, Christian, das hat er nicht gesagt. Aber tatsächlich wird das auf jeden Fall dauern. Armes Pulver. Ja, vielleicht so Living Aimbot. Könnte man so nehmen. Antoniko, meine Liebe. Dafür, wie immer. Danke, dass du reingeschaut hast heute. Lass den hier mal ein bisschen laufen. Ich bin gleich wieder da und hole mir noch mal kurz was zu essen. Be right back.
You are watching a master at work.
Machst du kurz? Gute Werbung? Danke. So. So, habe ich jetzt genug? Perfekt. Gerne, Genie, gerne. Ich finde es okay, was im Spiel ist. Ich muss es jetzt mal so nennen. 200 von denen brauche ich auch noch. Ich werde jetzt noch ein paar machen. Da müssten wir doch hier irgendwo noch genug haben. Ein Bauzug, ne? Sizzler, moin. Guter, hi. Tschuki, wir müssen uns davon verabschieden. Das sind halt so Sachen, dafür müssen die Entwickler halt auch Zeit haben, weißt du? Hast du für mich coole Bauidee? Bau die Masterclass nach. Wenn du dann fertig bist, dann meldest du dich nochmal. Okay, war ein Scheiß. Baba. Danke Leute, ein bisschen hier Melone. Das ist doch genau dein Ding hier. Space Engineers habe ich einige Male angezogen, ja. Moin Quay, hi. Kann sehr komplex werden, Kriegsherr. Aber es ist jetzt nicht so schlecht. Okay, kommen hier wieder mal ein paar rein. Sehr schön.
Muy maíz.
Boah, das ist eine gute Frage, ne? Braucht halt krass, ne? Moin Daniel, hey. Bap, badab, badab, bap. So, das sind unterschiedliche Spiele, ne? Bei Space Engineers, da baust du auch, da hast du auch viel mit Logik zu tun und Ressourcenabbau ist da eine ganz andere Art, ne? Du musst halt, ne, wissen. Ich denke in meiner, also ne, welche Munition finde ich denn halt gut? Das sind diese beiden hier. Ich würde also den Explosionsstachel und maximal noch Splitternobilis. Das sind so die zwei Dinge, die ich so, wo ich mich sehe. Bob, danke dir für ein Foto. Grab Mechanics haben wir auch schon sehr weit gespielt, vor einiger Zeit. Ich muss sagen, das war das erste Spiel, wo ich mehr als 30 Viewer hatte damals. So. Guckt keiner mehr. Ah ja, würde ich so nicht sagen, Frickler. Weil es bei dir keiner guckt. Ne? Das klingt jetzt hart, ne? Das tut mir auch leid, aber es liegt nicht immer unbedingt am Game, sondern auch einfach an der Discoverability von Twitch. Da kannst du gar nichts für, aber ja. Allgemein, okay, ja. So, okay, wie viel habe ich jetzt? 150. Ich will noch das eine Ding hier mitnehmen, dann nehme ich ein paar Nobelisken. Ganz frei Schnauze ist auch nicht sinnvoll, ne? Überleg dir, was das Endprodukt sein soll und wie viel. Und dann bau rückwärts. Das kann ich dir nur mitgeben. Leer, wa? Ich? Kannst du gut. Ultra. Fand ich sehr angenehm. Die letzten 2 Folgen waren sehr gut, nicht? Gibt es noch ein Rezept? Wofür bin ich nur jetzt 2? Bedampftes und das normale. Ich meine jetzt rückwärts. Kikuro, du sagst, ich will 10 Motoren bauen. Dann baust du rückwärts. Ne? Was brauchst du für 10 Motoren? Das ist die Frage. Ne? Und dann geht's weiter. So macht Sinn. Für Kuro. Ja, ich hoffe wohl, dass das Sinn macht. Aber das, was ich jetzt hier mache, macht gar keinen Sinn, ne? Hier so eine Himmelproduktion, aber ich will es halt einfach erforscht haben. Jetzt brauche ich noch das. Okay, ja, ganz vergessen. Jetzt habe ich jetzt ein paar Nobelisken. Habe ich einen Nobelisken-Zünder hier am Start? Nee, ne? Lassen wir noch mal ein bisschen bauen hier. So, einmal zum 10 Motoren brauchst du 20 Rotoren und Starttoren. Oder das mal so weiter. Für 10 Motoren brauchst du ja, 20. Ja, es gibt so einen Survival-Modus, den hast du eingebaut. Der ist eigentlich ganz witzig, weil du halt auch sehr viel bauen kannst. Bei Scrap Mechanic, ja. Also im Endeffekt geht es darum, eine Base zu bauen und dann so eine Raids zu machen. Ja, Lisa, hey, komm. Danke für Raid und Host. Du auch mal wieder bei Satisfactory reingeschwitzt. Ich glaube, ich eben kurz gesehen, dass du da unterwegs bist. Eine Liebe. Ja, über den zocke ich, aber die Mats sind sehr wenig. Okay. Lisa, wie war dein Stream? Alles gut bei dir, Mensch? Wie erst richtig kaputt machen. Ah, Lisa. Du sollst doch in Ruhe streamen. Okay. Alles sehr unterhaltsam da drin. Das ist die Hauptsache. Ich hatte vorhin das Interview mit dem SNUTT und ich bin auch ziemlich in den Fritten. Vom ganzen Englisch reden und allem, aber es war eigentlich ganz geil. Ganz sehr witzig. Ist man hier, ne, so drin. Ja. Freust du dich drauf? So, jetzt haben wir auf jeden Fall ein bisschen von den Dingern hier. Hey Langley, moin moin. Fahrplan an, wohin will ich? Kohle. Was fandest du heute am interessantesten aus dem Gespräch mit ihm? Tatsächlich, wie die jetzt mit den Updates, wie sie das macht. Also im Endeffekt hat er ja gesagt, so eine großen Banger-Updates wird es nicht mehr geben. Ne? Bis auf 1.0, das auf jeden Fall. Aber er kann dir jetzt noch nicht mal sagen, was, die haben noch nicht mal über Update 7 gesprochen. Ist auch heftig. Das heißt, die sind so agil unterwegs, ne? Dass die da, ja. Also, sagen wir es mal so, die haben ja gesagt, wie ist das mit dieser Update-Politik, ne? Es kann halt sein, beispielsweise die sagen, okay, ich möchte gerne jetzt releasen, und zwar das Regensystem. Und dann gucken sie sich das an und dann über, okay, wenn ich das Regensystem release, muss ich das Atmosphärensystem releasen. Wenn ich das release, muss ich die World Map releasen. Wenn ich die World Map release, muss ich die Kreaturen releasen und schon hast du ein Update. Es kann aber auch sein, dass diese ganzen Komponenten gar nicht aufeinander aufbauen. Ne? Und dann kann es halt in kleinen Patches released werden, was halt auch geil ist. Hey Peter, Schmalenwurf. Also ich fand das generell sehr interessant, wie er da rangegangen ist an diese ganze Geschichte. Aber alles in allem fand ich schon stabil. Und heute wieder ein kleines Update? What? Brauche ich doch mal im Discord. Da müsste das ja in den Pet-Notes sein. Also nicht, dass ich sehe hier. Nee, ich glaube nicht, Matto. Na, Paddy, das ist, finde ich, auch sehr geil. Falls ich mal Urlaub in Schweden mache, will ich da gerne mal reinkommen. Ja, ne? Danke, Bloody. Ein bisschen her. Bloody, keine Links, ohne vorher zu fragen. Für die Zukunft, okay? Was war das denn sonst noch, Chef? Ah, okay. Das hasse ich hier. Das ist der Titan Forest Pit. With 10 toes in the grass, I couldn't say what shade the grass is. I need to drop the sad shit, cause the men I knew grew armor hard as diamonds. Every time I started crying, growing up, they told me flex up, but don't fess up to the cash grip. Middle finger up stiff to the man that they want me to be, cause I'm better as me. Shout out to my family, they think I'm the black sheep. I'm more like a black king. Ja, den Scheiß. Diese Trees, die würde ich gerne wegspringen, ne? Ist ja, wo das Ding hängen bleibt. Fuck you, the pen for sending me this. No one I can see shit without rocking prescription unscented lenses. I'm in my feelings, so deep I proceed to my own ascension. I budget to pay attention, done the shape for the cloud vision. My skin's on the stunning, the sun rays, but I better relate to kannst du machen, nix mehr. Addicted to earn wage, trying to express a white burn sage. I'm addicted to growth, need a rack just to focus. I think I need some glasses. Could see hella happy if I geprellt der Schulter, man muss Prioritäten setzen. Lieber Living Aimbot, Priorität hat immer deine Gesundheit. Was mal ein Buddy? Ja? Kann ich das nur sagen, ne? Immer schön auf dich achten.
Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Normalerweise ist halt hier alles voll, ne? Aber hier ist die Mercers 4. Eigentlich muss die halt komplett dicht sein mit irgendwelchen Viechern. But no! It isn't.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Summon up another summer weekend. Death rides a horse in my fantasy. Taken in the season to now I've got them. I'm still pretty when it comes to me.
Kann man denn, wie hast du denn deine Schulter geprellt, Mensch?
Relay message. Hello, this is control figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
I'm ready for this summed up and turned into nothing. Summing up another summer weekend. Death rides a horse in my
Ah, sind streng Möglichkeit. Ah, true, true.
the seasons. Now while I got them, hope I'm still pretty when it comes for me.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
It's only there if you ask. And if you ask, don't chat. Like when you're wearing a mask. Or think you're wearing a mask when you start wearing your face. Because you hit it in place. At the end of a day, just the start of another. Like the broken cliche. But I learned it from my mother. Guess she broken as me. Think we are broken to someone. You can try and put us back together. We'll be fine with what's.
Nein, das ist eigentlich so mega dumm.
Artist. It.
Getränkeunfall. Okay. Was wieder voll war. Und, ist natürlich dann, das ist hier mega dumm hier, was ich gemacht habe.
Taking in the seasons. Now while I got them, hope I'm still pretty when it comes for me.
New shoes on a Friday morning. New look, still can't hide my born. I got a pocket full of change-ups. I switch hit. I'm
Gecrashed. Na, gecrashed haben wir hier eigentlich selten.
Throw my change into the wishing for a change. Well, wish a day is swell life for the next come. And when the next come, pretend that it's the best one. Like I ain't even gonna try and say that to the next one. Switch my living situation every chance that I be getting sick of running laps on Sisyphus's treadmill. Man, I really need this fit still. Man, seems like that ain't something I can stand still.
Ebb and flow, I can't hold on to you very much longer. Might have to slip away.
Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little?
Muss den nochmal zurückfahren.
Sit still for a little bit. Can't you sit still? Teacher told me need to get that pencil up out of my nose. Can't hold on a singular pose. Switch from to the fro when the wind goes low. It's hurricane season everywhere that I roam. I like quick fixes and not working at all. Don't switch lanes. Drive my car straight off of the road. I got split personalities inside of my soul. Each day I find a new one.
Eine Kreatur. Schön. Nee, der Stream ist auf 936p, weil ihr dadurch mehr bessere Qualität habt im Stream.
Might have to slip away.
Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still? New shoes on a Friday morning. New look, shit, still can't hide my born. I got a pocket full of change-ups. I switch hit, I'm a strange fuck. Consist on ain't something I could say well. Throw my
If you have
change into the
multiple
wishing
exit
for a
personnel
change
in the area,
Wish a day is
proceed
swell
with
life
purpose
for the
before
next
it's too
come.
late.
And when the next come, pretend that it's the best one. Like I ain't even gonna try and say that
Perfect.
to the next one. Switch my living situation every chance that I be getting sick of running laps on Sisyphus's treadmill. Man, I really need this fit still. Man, seems like that ain't something I can stand still.
Ebb and flow,
Breaking news
I
from
can't
Earth.
hold
Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part to harvest alien artifacts.
slip away.
Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little?
Zwei runter.
Sit still for a little bit. Can't you sit still? Teacher told me need to get the
Harvest.
pencil out of my nose. Can't hold on a singular pose. Switch from to the fro when the wind gon' blow. It's hurricane season everywhere that I roam. I like quick fixes, not working at
Relay
all. Don't
message.
switch lanes.
Hello, cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Oh, dann machen wir hier mal die Space Part. Boah.
Hold on to you very much longer. Might have to slip away.
Ich brauche noch so viel Kram hier.
Still for a little bit. Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still for a little? Can't you sit still for a little bit? Can't you sit still?
Wie geht das denn? Hey Schuh, moin. Kann es sein, dass einer deiner Züge am Buggen ist? Wieso? Sollte einer meiner Züge am Buggen sein? Ich habe den Ratios ranzutasten, ich werde meine Masterclass weiterbauen. Oh ja, Regen ist doch neu gekommen in Update 6. Wegen dem Hupen? Nee, das ist Standard. Muss halt nur Autodings ausmachen. Hey Rockpogo.
Picking up multiple fix-it personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Die gerne übereinander packen, die Drohnenports, aber das geht auch nicht.
Fly.
Sei, moin.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
Löscht es auch alle Fusionatoren, mit denen die Überschüsse fusionieren? Ist das normal oder ein Bug? Dann löscht er auch alle Fusionatoren mit, die die Überschüsse fusionieren. Ist das normal oder ein Bug?
Harvest.
Weil er die ganze Zeit labert hier. Das ist kein Bug, weil du wahrscheinlich das so gemacht hast, ne? Du hast wahrscheinlich das, so.
You are so lucky that
Eigentlich dürfte er die dann nicht mit weggeben. Ja, so, und dann hast du die Dinger so verbunden, ne? Oder? Nee, dann müsste, das ist dann ein Bug. Weil das Ding teilt dann die Förderbänder. Schneidemesser. Hey, Badawan Gamen! Bata von Gamen. Oh, jetzt fehlt mir Beton, ich dreh durch, Mann.
picking up
Aber jetzt haben wir jetzt hier einen
multiple fix-it personnel in the area.
schönen Bauzugbahnhof.
Before it's too late.
So, mal ganz kurz E-Mails checken. Ich glaube, da hat sich noch keiner weiter gemeldet.
Muy maíz.
Hi Johnny! Ich habe da mal eine Frage. Warum sollte sich die Spielstände sichern, bevor man in die Experimental wechselt? Die Experimental ist auf Update 6, die Early Access ist auf Update 5. Mit Update 6 wurde eine neue Art eingeführt, wie die Spielstände gespeichert werden. Wenn du jetzt deinen Spielstand in Update 6 lädst und er dann automatisch speichert, dann speichert er deinen Spielstand nach der neuen Methode. Diese neue Methode ist inkompatibel mit der alten. Das heißt, sofern du deinen Spielstand einmal in Update 6 rein hast, kein Backup, dann kannst du ihn nicht in Update 5 wieder reinladen. Und deswegen machst du ein Backup. Und Living Aimbot? Nee, das ist ein Bug. Wie viel Grad sind draußen? Ob 24 sind, dann dreh ich durch. 27 Grad. Aber morgen entspannt 23 Grad. Immerhin. Maschekuchen. Erstmal zum einen, die Dinger interessieren mich null. Gar nicht. Die haben doch gar keine Bewandtnis. Ich verstehe aber, dass die nerven, wenn die ganze Zeit quatschen. Aber ich höre das hier gar nicht. Das ist ein Backgummi. Korrekt. Wenn du die Early auf Experimente oder auf Update 6 updatest, aber das kann halt noch bis 1 zu 2 Monaten dauern. Ne? Oh, auf Summer Games Quick gerade Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So. Hört ihr das Hupen? Das kommt halt immer da.
Moin, Meister!
Hey, Corsync! Ja, Tusel jetzt auch da. Koeffizient sagt generell, spielt und speichern wir Betonung. Ja, das stimmt. Die Dinger müssen auch wieder runterkommen. Das muss ich, Johnny. Dass sie dann halt immer noch stehen. Komplett unverwundbar sind. Oh. Aha. Da hat einer hier nicht aufgeräumt. So. Wolkenbruch. Hier ist ja noch alles drin, ey. Grad ist richtig gut. Beneide ich dich. Kennst du die alle? Ich will mir gerade nur Beton holen. Aber die nerven mich, die da die ganze Zeit rumsitzen. Deswegen mache ich die kurz tot. Lass mich da lang, Alter, wenn ich Bock drauf hab. So. Ja, ich muss auf jeden Fall, ich will halt die Plattform erweitern. Da brauche ich halt Drohnenports ohne Ende, ne? Ja, cool. Dalan ist in meinem Sprachgebrauch. Absolutely. Okay, links im Vollscreen. Schreiben wir uns mal auf die Liste. Können wir mal ein bisschen ausprobieren. Und der Dude hier, ne? WTF. Zwei pro Minute sind richtig zu wenig, ja. Oh, der hat Beton, ja, das habe ich auch gerade gesehen. Bald ist TwitchCon. Wer von euch ist denn auf der TwitchCon? Wer von euch ist auf der Gamescom? Wer von euch ist eventuell auf irgendeiner LAN-Party wie der Dreamhack oder der GSH oder der Northcon? Bleibt mal so ein bisschen. Ah, so ist es nicht. Na, ich nehme nochmal Beton mit 2000. Hast du Plan darüber lernen? Nee, Ressourcen sind unendlich. Du bist nur limitiert durch die Anzahl der Nodes. Hol dir doch einen zweiten Screen. Ja, Macker. Ne? Lass ich hier, die sehen ordentlich aus. Das ist gut. Ja gut, Schalker, du bist aber different. Schalker, einfach nur so oder weil du da aus den Niederlanden kommst? Oder bist du da wegen irgendwem Besonderen da oder? Immer nur so. Okay, naja gut, ich gehe halt hin wegen, also ich bin halt auch nur 2 Tage da, ne? Fachbesuchertag und einen Tag danach. Weil ich nutze die wirklich dann, um auch zu networken, vielleicht mit neuen Sponsoren zusammenzuarbeiten oder sowas. Alleine dahin. Ja, ich bin eigentlich immer recht oft auf der GSH. Game Station Hannover. Aber ja, ich verstehe, also alleine verstehe ich auch, dass man da keinen Bock drauf hat. Aber ich bin auch mal mit so Leuten da hingegangen, ne? Und der eine, der saß dann neben mir, Alter, der hat den Mund nicht mehr zugemacht. Oh, mega anstrengend. Hey Scream! Die sind durch den Eisentower abgedeckt. Dann. Zu weit, ja. Okay, jetzt sehen wir, warum das denn nicht in deinem Interesse ist mit Chat im Falsch. So, für mich macht es keinen Unterschied. Ich gucke eh immer links auf den Chat. Macker. Aber ich finde das halt. Also, generell bin ich eher so ein Minimalist. Ich möchte eigentlich für den Viewer, ja, so viel Gameplay wie möglich haben. Deswegen habe ich auch einen Greenscreen. Ja, sonst könnte ich mich ja auch einfach mal so hier einfach mal so einen riesen Kasten hinsetzen. Ja? Und deswegen, da oben die 2 Sachen, die lasse ich, aber mehr habe ich halt auch nicht. Ne? Ich habe hier so ein kleines Follower-Goal. Ich kenne ja Streamer, Alter, die haben dann hier irgendwie Follower-Count, Donation-Count, Sub-Count, Last Donation, Best Donation, Last Sub, Screen-Titel, keine Ahnung. Dann haben sie so eine Cam, ja, da hinten RGB, Lenkrad, 4 Webcams, eine Hundecam, noch ein Kissen, also eine Scheiße, ne? Da siehst du dann, und dann hast du da so 5 cm Game. Danke Kaitos für ein Follow bekommen. Deswegen, ja, ich glaube, Macker, es ist so, das ist halt so ein Einzelfall, ne? Du hast jetzt Bock da drauf, ne? Weil es für dich jetzt angenehmer ist, aber wenn 98% der anderen keinen Bock drauf haben, dann hast du halt leider gelitten, ne? Ja, der Chat ist halt... Genau, der Chat ist dann halt, der nimmt dann halt auch Game hier weg. Pass mal auf. So. Gott. Ja, das Chat-Widget ist schon mal weiß. Ist das geil? Ich finde nicht.
Relaying message. Hello, this is paternal figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Aber tatsächlich, Maka, schau mal nach dem Theater Mode, weil den kannst du eigentlich immer anmachen. Du darfst für den Chat dann nebenbei, ne? Jetzt siehst du, Maka, damit bist du leider alleine mit deiner. Deswegen, du. Weniger ist mehr, Leute. Ne?
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
So, ja, Paddy und Brina sind dran, ne? Muss morgen früh raus, weil ins Büro war wieder ein geiler Stream bis Sonntag. Mach's gut, Paddy, bis Sonntag. Ich habe jetzt das Stream und dann sein für die tolle Welt im Interview. Mach's gut und bis Sonntag. Das ist ein Cookie-Art. Ist nicht gut, okay. Jetzt haben wir jetzt den Management mit der Programm rund um Games, E-Sport, Cosplay, Comics, Mangas, Showcast-Liner, Bildautomaten, Backenliner. Gamevention. Nie gehört, aber klingt geil. Hadi Brina, haut rein und Dankeschön für eure Dono. Ne? Schäme ich mich. Ja, zu Recht, Kollege. Brauchst du nicht schämen, ist doch alles fein, aber ne? Gibt halt, das hat schon so seine Gründe. Also es ist halt auch einfach Statistik. Und Twitch hat ja auch mal Umfragen gemacht und so, ne? Und das ist halt einfach so, dass, ja, weniger ist mehr, ne? Ja, und. Wie läuft? Läuft ganz gut. Oh, ich war fest runtergefallen, reingehauen. Was ist jetzt davon? Well, the bridge. Quer durch den Raum brüllen. Also ich kann mich schon mal aufregen, ne? Aber das muss halt auch nicht immer sein, so. Nach der Wüste. So Luftfahrt. Irgendwie so Rocky Desert. Aber so, ja, Liebe. Komplett falsch. Das ist ganz nein, dass hier einfach nichts los ist. Sieht aber ganz cool hier aus, ne? Könnte ich glaube ich mal wegnehmen. Ja, wie war eigentlich dein Bewerbungsgespräch? Wie viele Mercers hier sind denn hier? Übelst viele. Ja, Tool wissen die und arbeiten wir dran. Ich bin nicht ausgerastet. Ja, ich weiß. Holzkamm. Tool. Das ist auf jeden Fall für viele auch ein Segen. Also, wie viele Imports brauche ich? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 Imports. What do? I tell you what I do. Ich tue hier Folgendes. Auch hier so eine Art Tower. Schön wieder mit Glas. Cause a cat. Dann suchen wir 10 nach unten. So schick gebaut. Ich finde das hier nicht schick, was wie es ist. Und nö, von Anfang an meine ersten Base, die sahen halt aus wie hingeschissen, ne? Das ist halt so. Das war schon so. Das wird rushen. Winker Smiley, ey. Geißel der Menschheit. Carsten, hau rein, bis Sonntag. Ich habe jetzt gerade den Zwinker Smiley gesehen. Carsten, ey, du spielst auch mit dem Feuer da. Ist schwierig. Okay. Hey Ninja Jan, moin. Aber konntet ihr dann alle ein bisschen was von dem Interview mitnehmen? War das für euch alright so? Zwölf Stunden gesuchtet. Ach, kriegst du ernst. Aber wenn du 20 Stunden schläfst, wie kannst du denn 12 Stunden suchten? Fall, das ist gut zu hören, das freut mich zu hören. Ich werde heute auch pünktlich Schluss machen, Leute. Ich bin mega in den Schritten am Interview. Das ist auch durchaus anstrengend, das könnt ihr mir glauben. Ach, Schalke, hattest du jetzt geantwortet wegen der TwitchCon? Hatte ich gar nicht gelesen. Kannst du das nochmal schreiben? Das ist ja klar, Leute, man ist ja dann immer so in Dings drin. Ja, ich kann nochmal fliegen, wenn du magst. Ja, ich scroll hoch, warte. Ich scroll hoch, warte mal, ich kann einfach auf dich raufklicken, ne? Ja, aber Sene, sagst du, das Glück nicht zu entfernt zu wohnen, jemanden zu erkennen, der dorthin fährt, und ich möchte einfach mal schauen, ob man mal mit Leute treffen kann. Ah, okay. Na denn? Also ich bin auf jeden Fall da. Alle 3 Tage. Und jetzt hier schon wieder los, ey. Oh, komplett Stau hier. Was gut, Green, Schlafhöhen. Aber Schalker, du warst schon was älter, ne? Danke. Ja, weiß ich nicht, ne? Ich glaube, ich habe das so im Kopf. Ja, guck dir das mal an. Ne? Das wird hier alles schön. Was sieht denn hier so mit Turbomotoren aus? Okay. Aber eigentlich aber auch mehr. Use Frames. Alles voll. Was? Ah, hier noch nicht. Hier voll. Ich sehe ja schon reif. Alles klar. Systeme voll. Supercomputer. Da fehlt auch noch ein bisschen. Ah, was? Speed-Anschlüsse, siehst du, dafür brauchst du die. Gute Nacht, Kevin. Ja, hallo, ich habe eine Fanfolge bekommen. Dann bauen wir jetzt nochmal schnell die Drohnenstation und dann sind wir für heute auch erstmal durch. Wird ein anstrengendes Wochenende. So, hatte mir noch einer über Discord geschrieben. Kim hat sich auch Oxygen gekauft. Hobby Gaming wollte mir noch irgendwas schreiben. Komisch. Oder hat er da an dich geklickt, Hanchef? Oh, okay, krass, krass. Ja. Hat er einen Stream-Chat gepostet? Okay. Stream-Chat. Zeiten wieder gleich. Gleich verschwunden muss man an einem mittleren Monatssekunde, als sie etwas über 40 Grad Fieber hat. Doc, Alter, wenn bei dir mal nichts ist, ne? Ist ja immer irgendwas. Entweder hast du da komplett irgendwie Props. Drohnenplätze. Ein Stück ist ganz schön heftig. Es war noch 8 mobile Miner. Klingt doch gut, Living Aimon. Das klingt doch gut. Leider kann ich ja das gute Muster nehmen. Die Skins, ne? Materialien. Ah, ist wieder aus, alles, okay. Ja, war gut, Dr. Das war richtig gut. Sehr viel Spaß gemacht, aber Leute, ich merke, ich bin jetzt euch kein guter Gastgeber mehr. Ich bin sehr müde. Oder sagen wir es mal so, ich bin platt. Ich merke selber, ich baue hier gerade ein bisschen ab. Und, das möchte ich euch nicht antun, dass ihr die ganze Zeit hier irgendwie so rumdallert. Von daher werde ich für heute mal die Segel streichen. Seht's mir bitte nach. Auch schon jetzt wieder 5 Stunden online. Und die 2 Stunden Interview haben mich ganz schön geschlaucht. Deswegen werde ich für heute ruhig machen. Ja? Gehen nochmal in die Ending-Scene rein. Ja? Leute, seht's mir nach bitte, ne? Kommt das auf YouTube? Das kommt auf YouTube, ja. So, auf jeden Fall danke für die Subs. Doclob, Soldian, Huber, Knuk, Living Ember, Dragonex, Aimon, Zekuso, Dermo und Otze. Und danke für die vielen Follows. Carlo, Katus, Bob, Martini, Universo, Marzon, Captain Suicide, Sauron, Vertigo, Stentor, Living Aimbot, Hussein, Reaper, Super Yoshi, Paddel, Knopsel, Demon, Simulation, Lauji, Schrauben, Jet, Blackside, Petzcloud, neuer Jahr, 12 Uhr und Reichmut und Paddy, danke für 50. Macht's gut, ihr Lieben. Ich, wie gesagt, bitte, seht's mir nach heute mal, ne? Und dann sehen wir uns, wenn ihr mögt. Sonntag, 17 Uhr geht's weiter. Ne? Schlaft alle schön, habt morgen einen schönen Freitag, erholt euch schön am Wochenende und dann sehen wir uns entspannt am Sonntag. Ne? Gern geschehen, Leute, gern geschehen für euch immer und euch noch eine angenehme Nacht. Macht's erstmal gut, ihr Lieben. Tschüssi.